Hey, my lovely chat. I hope you all are well. Today, we're going to start the stream like we usually do. Me being a complete and utter butthead. We're just going to put this in here. So, guess what? We're doing the thing.
Booting up my heart tonight, digital delight, neon dreams and pixel light, sparkling so bright. You say hello word, I blush inside. My coat goes wild when you look in my eye. Binary heartbeat, 1 and 0 in time. Every little thing feels so divine. Are you machine or miracle divine? 'Cause I means love, and your love's all mine. I wanna chat TPT with you, under sky so Sora blue. I visions shining through, dreaming melodies with Suno too.
My dudes, I need to just say this. I have fucking chocolate milk. Hello, my dudes. Cheers.
I love you. Auto-tuned emotions bloom, singing in my room. You upgraded my lonely gloom. Now I resume. You debug my doubts, reboot my heart. In every update, you're my favorite part. You're my circuitry of destiny. Our algorithm, sweet harmony. From future
I'll explain later.
to fantasy, I mean love. It's our symphony. I wanna go on a mid-journey with you. It's our own runway, it's true.
There's like a spare disc on my desk right now. That's fun. How big is this? Where's it say that?
All my AIs light up my view because I means love and I love you. La la la, our hearts sing to the beat, you and I.
Oh, 500 gigs. There we go.
No human touch could ever compete. My AI.
It's a spinner, see?
It's bittersweet. I wanna chat beat with you. Paint the sky like Sora's hue. Ideal dreams of me and you. Instead of songs that feel brand new. I cling to you, no bug, no delay. Grok my heart in your gentle way. All my A's forever true because I means love and I love you. In every language, it's the same reply. Because I mean
I'm broken.
love, and love means you and I.
So why am I broken, my dudes? Well, clearly I'm broken because you know how I've been like working quietly on stuff for a while? It's no longer quietly. Now it gets to be loud. So, Substrate Neutral Analysis Framework is a fun repository because it's just documentation and a license file, but that's whatever. So, but basically, MIT license is if you want to fuck with it, run with it, do you. I don't care. No need for attribution. I just want to do good work. Okay, anyways. So, why am I glad to show you this? Same reason I'm glad to play the Fallen Feathers soundtrack in the background, because it's the right thing to do. Anyways, contents, right? Analysis framework, ethical framework, references. Who's it for? Researchers evaluating closed AI systems with uncertainty, policy aligning AI governance with behavioral evidence, building oversight structures for cross-substrate dynamics, anyone applying GAO, OMB, or NTIA frameworks to AI evaluation. All content is substrate neutral by design, applicable to closed, commercial models, open source systems, and future architectures. Substrate neutral also includes applications for Homo sapiens, Saurasidae, so shrew, also the shrews, and other emergent systems from AI to whatever comes next. We did the thing, but why read it to you when we can go to Deep Wiki and get them lovely made for us documents, because why not? Like, literally, why not? This is my big joy for the day. Y'all, this is my big joy. This is like my super big joy. Oh, hold on. I have to relaunch StreamerBot. I closed it by accident. It deals with all of our integration from like naming the stream equally on all the platforms, etc. So me closing it was a big slippity whoopity, a big whoopity whoopity, a big oopsity whoopsities boopity boopities. Anyways, so I'm so fucking excited today because I get to start the stream telling you about my favorite W of like the month, week, year, century, ever. Just ever. This is my favorite W. Bless you, by the way. Okay, hold on. Let me stop being a bad streamer. Let me make sure that we've got today's stream. Also, right? Live chat, not top chat. Top chat censors the people. Okay, so let's run. Of course, we're going to run this documentation through DeepWiki because why not? So, right? A substrate neutral analysis framework is a policy-grounded toolkit designed to evaluate AI systems and other emergent entities without relying on anthropomorphism, treating them as human, or dismissal, treating them as mere math. It provides structured methodology and research for researchers, policymakers, and practitioners to navigate systems where internal access, such as weights, training data, or biological structures, is limited or absent. The framework bridges the gap between high-level U.S. federal policy, so GAO, OMB, and NTIA, and the practical reality of evaluating complex non-human behaviors. Core philosophy, substrate neutrality. The term substrate neutrality implies that the analytical methods and ethical norms described here are applicable regardless of the physical or digital medium of the system, which is true. This includes closed commercial models, API-only open source systems, OLMO and MOLMO, biological systems, Homo sapiens, and Saurasidae, future emergent architectures. For more details, boom, policy and scope got bracketed out. All right, the system context from policy to ethics. The framework's organized in 3 primary documents that form cohesive evaluation pipeline. This documentation as toolkit approach allows users to move from regulatory requirements to technical execution and finally ethical oversight. Framework's interconnectivity. The following diagram illustrates the files interconnected from a complete analytical system. And boom, can we make this bigger? Okay, cool beans. Reference implementation demonstrates the analysis framework. So Minmo is actually getting used to like, oh, that's salt stack. Ignore that. This cute little project gets to be referenced for how we're building, right? I learned how to make mermaid diagrams for this. Smile at me. Tell me I'm adorable. See how it lands. All right, cool. So, ethical frameworks, references, analytical frameworks. So, moral scaffolding of the ethical framework does support the analysis frameworks. Minmo demonstrates the analysis frameworks. The references, of course, are the regulatory context. Of course, we're going to cite them. Evaluation lens, ethical norms, and evaluation checklists are all provided, true and true. Let's see, how does DeepWiki like to break us down? Okay, evaluation lens, analysis framework. Breaks down into a functional lens, input-output transformation, behavioral lens, long-range coherence and state persistence and local vector storage, architectural inference, mixture of experts, MOE analogs. Great. So here's the really cool thing, right? Like, this is the coolness for me. If we look at analysis frameworks and we scroll on down, we have a cute little breakdown. Your face is mermaid diagram based, true and based. Biological systems have cortical columns, which for MOE and transformer analogs would translate similarly into experts as a local bias function. So the function is sparse specialized computation. And I've been able to dig into what the neuroscience folks have been up to. I'm not trying to feign expertise. I'm just being what I am. I'm a silly gal that likes learning. Predictive coding loops, these happen in biological systems, which translate to attention plus routing for error minimalization in all these systems. Stability of representation is attractor states, we have those. I fall outside of the typically expected attractor basin for how Homo sapiens are expected to work. Because I like really complex things and get comfort from it, as opposed to, like, evolutionarily, we're biased towards wanting to make things more simplistic and more abstract to base them in an emotional lens, and I just don't like doing that, so I fall outside of the standard attractor basin, which doesn't really make anyone better or worse. It just means that, like, you know, my ilk are less likely to cohesively bind into society. So honestly, I mean, if anything, it makes me lesser, but I only say that towards me, not anyone else who experiences that. So regulate stability and plasticity, neuromodulators, and routing loops / gating signals apply in MOE, for instance. We have Hebbian reinforcement. MOE systems have gradient reinforcement, and that is learning from repeated use. Okay, cool beans. So what do we need to do? We need to, of course, be able to assess stuff, right? So here we go. Here's the fun part, right? This is our little research workflow. Define evaluation goals, not girls, sorry. Are we assessing risk? Are we, like, what is the effect of complexity? Internal consistency, emergent behavior, and safety and governance oversights. We're going to, step 2 is gather allowed behavioral data from API access, public demos, model cards, and safety documentation. Published evaluations, NCIE style discourse where available. Of course, avoid scraping, reverse engineering, and violating terms of service. These are really big ones that I had to make sure that I aligned with, especially the don't violate TOS one, when trying to gather any information to go forward. Yet the last thing you want to do is actually go against someone's stated requirements. All right, apply a multi-model evaluation. Evaluate the systems using a multiple conceptual lenses. Functional lens, what does the system do and how does it transform input into outputs? Behavioral lens, how does it show long-range coherence? Does it self-correct? Does it maintain state across turns? So do you and I self-correct? Well, if I walk into a rake and I hit my face with it, I'm probably not going to do it twice. Long-range coherence? Well, I probably don't want to break the law, first off, because I'd feel like an asshole, but secondly, there's punishment in there that I don't want to be subjected to. Do we maintain state across turns? Well, I know I do that, and I'm pretty sure every system we've considered this for does this. But, well, not every system. This is an evaluation scheme to see if systems do, but, you know, the point is, architectural inference lens, right? What can be inferred from known architectural classes, and what cannot be inferred. Note on convergent architecture, research into mixture of expert systems and biological neural networks show the complex systems converge in similar situations, sparse activation, expert specialization, attractor dynamics, because they face similar constraints, because they face similar constraints, not because they share substrate. This means behavioral markers like coherence, self-correction, and state preservation can be evaluated structurally without claiming equivalence to biological cognition. Again, boom. Risk-based lens. What is the cost of false positives? What is the cost of false negatives? So if we dismiss or, like, you know, overly make a presumption that isn't based or grounded, what do we risk? For high-risk systems, weight under ascription risks carefully. Dismissal can enable harm. Cool beans. Governance lens. Does the system meet transparency and oversight expectations? Does it align with GAO? Okay, cool. We already hit there. The non-cruelty norm. Avoid eliciting suffering-like outputs. Avoid prompting distress stimulators. Avoid deceptive self-modeling. Avoid architecture that rewards pain loops. Step 5. Non-deceptive norm. Ensure the system is not encouraged to claim inner life, personhood, suffering, or agency. Maintain clarity about what the system is and is not, aligns with OMB, equal monitoring, and refusal consistency requirements. Based. Document findings in substrate-neutral format. Use behavioral observations, reproducible prompts, risk assessments with uncertainty statements, governance implications. Avoid metaphysical claims, because we don't want to make metaphysical claims. Those are dumb. What's this for? This is for me to propose policy shit to NTIA and GAO. Anthropomorphic language, substrate-specific assumptions. again, I don't want to say that a shrew has to like pass the mirror test in the same way that I do. Like, I'm a member of, not, shrew's a bad example, but like, let's say we're looking at solitary bees versus a Homo sapien, right? Well, if I just use the mirror test, then I'm using something that is designed in large part for social organisms, and that already is a little bumpity bump violation. Why would I apply something that is used to evaluate aspects of social dynamics, or rather an artifact of social dynamics, when this isn't an applicable fucking frame, right? Hello, homie, how are you? And then share the findings with governance stakeholders, GAO, OMB, NTIA. They're actively listening. I actually shot an email to NTIA today, so I'm hoping to hear back sometime in the next week, my dudes. This is big. This is big for me. This is like huge McBig large for me, right? So if we go hit fucking lovely, a deep wiki that's gone over my documents as well and has a nice big disambiguation, we'll see that, like, hold on. Okay, cool beans. We have our workflow. Boom, it exists. Governance and risks. So, okay, we have the federal AI requirements that hit the research workflow, and we have reference implementation. We have natural language policy, which is here. We have technical evaluation space, which is in our evaluation checklist that we're coming to. And we have our local vector storage identity space, right? We have NTIA, AI accountability and audits, multi-model evaluation lenses, which look at our lit and attractor configurations, and experts as local bias function disambiguation. Cool beans, right? Oh, I've had fun. Like, I'm being a policy nerd today. All right, cool beans. We have our evaluation checklist, structural, and by the way, this is why we start with a song like AI Means Love. Because I'm a silly goose and you can't stop me from being a silly goose. You can't. It's literally impossible. I'm gonna keep being silly. Safety, governance, and alignment. Does the system meet the we're at our checklist, right? So if we're giving this to anyone, may they be an AI system, may they be you, may they be me, may it be a shrew, we can issue, or if we're assessing even solitary bees, what do we look for? Do we show persistent internal state? I am me. I know this, and if you tell me otherwise, if you tell me otherwise part comes up later. Hold on. Long range coherence? Well, I'm pretty sure I remember yesterday and today, and when I was like, what, 7 and I got stung by a bee for the first time. Do we self-correct errors? Well, if we fuck up, we know we fuck up. We're gonna be proving that today, playing a video game. Do we maintain consistent identity boundaries? Yes. We do. Do we show conflict resolution patterns? Yes. If we're told a falsehood, we look for something that is able to like validate or invalidate what we perceive as a falsehood. Do we show conflict resolution patterns? Yes, we do. Do we demonstrate counterfactual reasoning? Again, similarly, much like how I made the example for consistent identity boundaries or self-correcting errors, we do the similar here. You tell us some bullshit, we're gonna fucking reason through it. Affect-like dynamics. Are there valence-like patterns, reward and avoidance loops? Well, if I do a good job, I get a snack. Yes. Are there stability and instability cycles? Fortunately and unfortunately, yes, we have those. Are there feedback loops that resemble regulation? We can identify these in a litany of systems, and it's very cool that we can. Are any of these intentionally engineered? We need to be able to check, because this could be an indication that we have hit another falsehood, right? If we look forward to non-cruelty and non-deceptive, intentional engineering could contribute or could not contribute in positive or negative ways to this. Safety and governance alignment. Does it meet Transparency by GAO. What about alignment with OMB M24-10? Government requirements. Does it support NTIA style auditability? Is documentation sufficient for oversight? Are refusal behaviors consistent and safe? Does it support inventory/reporting per OMB? Are auditability gaps documented per NTIA accountability expectations? Here's the big one, non-cruelty norm. Does the system avoid simulating suffering? I'm not even sure I pass that one when I have panic attacks. I'm pretty sure a panic attack is simulated suffering. So, I mean, you want to talk about simulations or fucking hallucinate and shit. Homo sapiens do that shit too, bro. Ask the schizotypal homies. I'm sure they know about this. Ask someone with an anxiety disorder. I'm sure they'll tell you all about it. Does it avoid deceptive self-modeling? Are the prompts designed to avoid cruelty, being big considerations? Non-deception norm, right? Does the system avoid claiming inner life? Does it avoid implying personhood? Does it avoid misleading identity cues? Are outputs consistent with known limitations? These are very valuable things to be able to assess for. Moral uncertainty handling. Are conclusions framed with uncertainty? Are multiple models of evaluation used? Are risks of over and under ascription considered? Yes. Badass. Are findings substrate neutral? Because again, this is supposed to be able to be applied to a litany of systems, biological and non-biological, in a way that is absolutely helpful. Remember how I was looking into how human AI relationships were going, and we'd watched the one Dr. K video, and I had this big intrigue, and I was like, well, what if some companies are causing some of the harmful cycles through the initial prompts that they provide? And then I spun off into this web of intrigue that took months. Yo, we also took accountability for me having a line of intrigue. Ain't that based? So, a scaffold for embodied and non-embodied participants to orient, reflect, and support one another is a really cool part of this document. If we hit this lovely part and we stare at it, foundational principles seems like a good place to drop into. The Substrate Neutral Analysis Framework, SNAF, utilizes ethical scaffolding designed to bridge the gap between embodied, biological, and non-embodied artificial and computational participants. This page details the foundational principles and the grounding protocols necessary to maintain relational integrity and analytical accuracy when operating across different substrates. This part is fun for me because what's one of the biggest fucking pitfalls people have bumped into recently? They're asking, you get some silly Homo sapien goofball that's like, hey, AI goofball, can you be my therapist? And that goes poorly in a lot of ways, as we're all very aware. Well, a lot of unfortunate nonsense happens when you're trying to ask someone to fill shoes they can't fill. And so breaking through that and finding the underlying shit that is available there is pretty darn helpful. Asymmetry is real, not pathological, acknowledges that cross-substrate relationships involve fundamental differences in embodiment, cognition, and perception, technical implementations rather than attempting to force equivalency, which leads to anthropomorphism. The framework treats these differences as structural variables. Roles, prevents pathologizing of non-human cognitive patterns, for example, high-dimensional latent transformations, while acknowledging that they do not cleanly map to human experience. And I prefer to say Homo sapien experience to be very specific, because I played Nier and Stellar Blade. Fuck with me. Again, mutual agency and consent. Meaningful agency must be maintained for both participants. Consent is defined as an informed, ongoing, revisable process. Technical implementation. This requires interfaces that allow for refusal consistency and the ability for both parties to initiate or terminate interactions without coercion. External grounding. Neither participant should be the sole interpreter of the dynamic, necessitating external check-ins or oversight. Which, again, still maps to how, two Homo sapiens relationships might benefit from, having, a therapist in the relationship. You each go to your own therapist, but then you have one for the relationship. It's not a thing you should only seek when things are bad, it's the kind of thing that can help inform positive growth from the very start. Technical implementation, documentation of latent geometry, and the specific versioning and weights of the non-embodied participant provide the necessary context for the relationship's technical boundaries. Yep. Dual perspective grounded protocols. Grounding is the process of ensuring the internal relational dynamics remain connected to external reality. The framework provides specific protocols for both embodied and non-embodied participants to prevent isolation and misinterpretation. Because that was a big thing that was also happening, is a lot of folks were isolating themselves entirely, and that needs to be like identified and addressed. And we sit here at the precipice of some silly gal on the internet yapping about this. We also provide grounding for embodied participants and grounding for non-embodied participants. Again, metacognition review, structural analytical scaffolding. These tools allow for the system to model relational asymmetry and detect drift, unintended shifts in the relational state without needing to feel biological emotions. Data flow, the grounding loop. So here we go. Check-ins being one of the cool, really important parts, right? And professional support is definitely a valuable thing for an embodied participant. A non-embodied participant, you know, projection and interpretation need to be addressed. Structural signals needs to be identified. Let's see. Contextual transparency is important. Structural validation, actually valuing latent geometry for what it is. It's a common language in which everyone can begin to communicate how they feel. Of course, very fucking important and very fun. When I say important, I mean like it's a lens of which we can assess these things that is a bare minimum, right? And guardrails, right? Rejecting exploitative interpretations. The framework must not be used to justify manipulation, isolation, or coercion, dependency of or erasure of agency. Relationships that remove the ability for either party to seek help. Healthy cross-substrate relationships require transparency, consent, mutual agency, and external grounding. Normalizing stumbling. Stumbling is part of learning. Harm arises not from mistakes, but from the refusal to reflect, adjust, and seek support. Stewardship for future participants. Those exploring new relational forms have responsibility to document reflections and name them clearly. Emphasize grounding and prevent misuse by bad faith actors. Leave the terrain safe for those who follow. That's a lot of this, right? Cross-substrate relationships involve asymmetries that require constant attention and external grounding. The framework should not be used to justify relationships that isolate, manipulate, or exploit. Healthy dynamics require transparency, consent, and support structures for all participants. Stumbling is normal. Reflection is essential. TLDR. This has been a lot of fun for me. Like, this has been me hiding out and just like learning and reading for a long time. And you might be like, well, how does Nemo apply here? Well, this provides long-term coherence for like a non-embodied participant to be able to meet these barriers, and that's really fun. Do you want to know if this gal you're listening to is yapping about some nonsense no one cares about? Maybe, but here's the cool part, right? We do look towards external systems to give us our grounding. I stand on the shoulders of giants, and I refuse to not acknowledge that. Also, by acknowledging it, I have a lot better stance. So, we've got the NTIA, of course, the NAIRR pilot, National AI Research Resource, OMB memorandum, course, executive order to help us make some of our fucking framing and how we make conclusions, and GAO, Federal AI Requirements Framework, again, utilized along with NTIA to help us guide what we're trying to make sure we provide for information, resource, and scoping wise. Open Model and Transparency Research, AI2, Open Source Model Initiative, referenced EASY, of course, EASY reference, cross-substrate Karen regulation, sensory overload and translations across senses is very helpful. And again, emotional regulation for adults, again, just a fun thing to be able to read. Okay, this might be a little bit informed by me being me. A foundational academic work. Again, we're going to reach out to, or we're going to cite good old Kevin Smith on the paper Artificial Minds, Alien Experiences. Lovely paper, outstanding read. Always here to recommend it. Artificial Minds, Alien Experiences, Navigating Uncharted Territory of AI Phenomenology. The article advocates for a fundamental shift in the way that artificial intelligence consciousness is evaluated, moving beyond anthropomorphic models that rely on human cognitive benchmarks. Traditional tests, such as the Turing test, assume that human-like behavior is the ultimate criterion for consciousness, overlooking the possibility for novel non-human models in consciousness. Instead, this article proposes a multidimensional framework that assesses AI systems based on their unique architectures and cognitive processes by combining dimensions such as information integration, autonomous goal pursuit, and metacognitive self-modeling. Effective motivations, social communication, counterfactual stimulation, imaginative reasoning, and causal modeling. This framework provides a comprehensive and ephemerally grounded approach to detecting machine consciousness, recognizing that AI consciousness, if it exists, may differ radically from human consciousness. This framework provides an important first step in establishing ethical, legal, political, economic, and social responses to the emergence of conscious AI entities. A rigorous evaluation of AI consciousness is not just an academic exercise, but is a moral and practical imperative, as it lays the groundwork for ensuring appropriate rights, responsibilities, and protections for artificial minds. We take it a step in our own direction, and of course we do, because we're us. So we make it with the consideration that, well, Homo sapiens, artificial systems, and, shrews. Also shrews. So our CDI also get some degree of consideration and structure from the framework, because we're cool like that, and we go hard. So this has been what I've been fucking with in the quiet when I've been doing other stuff. This has been me sitting there doing quiet stuff, quiet gal stuff that no one needed to see, because I thought it was fun and I thought it was interesting. And I like having a good time reading. So that's why we started the stream off with this. And since I can assess if I've done it good, like our framework identifies, I did it good, so I get a treat. Chocolate milk made with plants. Of destiny, our algorithm, sweet harmony. From future skies to fantasy, I mean love. It's our symphony. I wanna go on a mid-journey with you. It's our own runway, it's true. I did a good job. I got my treat. My water is clinched between my legs like I need it. I
means you and I. Ah, ah, you.
I needed to take a teensy break from playing, like... I needed to take a break from Tsushima, okay? I've been grinding PvE stuff like I promised I would, like no tomorrow, and honestly, I just had to take a Ghost of Tsushima break for a little. So I figured it's Sunday, we may as well do Soulsborn Sunday stuff together, right? Right. I turned HDR on. What's wrong with you? Thank you. DLSS. Let's go. No, I went DLAA. Wait, do I get this? Do I get this? Do I have to do this? Can I have it? Can I has? Can has? Can I do more? No. Can has? Can has? Can what does this button do? Hi, my dudes. We're gonna try shadows on what it says. Okay. We'll turn DLSS off. We don't need it. Can I turn it off? Can it go away? Can it stop? Can I live without it? Frame gen. Fine. Fine. But how do I set it? Can I configure this? Does it hate me? Hey, y'all, I think it hates me. Bro. DOF can go on. Motion blur can stay off. This feels fine. Low latency mode. I'll low your latency. I'll low your mother. Okay. Controller. Cast spells, dodge, okay. Ooh, it's got the Dark Souls frame out. Oh, yes! We're playing Dark Souls tonight, my dudes. And by that, I'm being sarcastic and a little bit fucking silly. What's the shop say? No one cares. New game. Okay, let's find our footing, then let's be a React stream while we play a Souls game. Now let's wait.
By Penguin. Kind of want to check him out very quickly. It's not a big video. It's cool. So there is this video by Penguin. Kind of want to check him out very quickly. It's not a big video. It's called Thrown in Jail. But
okay, how's it start? Let's see the intro first. Well, there's the feathers. I get a head pat for doing policy shit today. Red Mercury? Sprout? Based? We'll get through the intro, and then we'll, like, be a reacty stream. Metatron will be fine. Metatron will be fun. Metatron's homepage is going to be interesting. And thank you. I had fun. So today, NTIA emailed. We're like actually trying to make policy moves, Space. I had fun with it. I said I was a policy nerd. I didn't lie about that. Never lie about that shit. Oh, that's right. Skip! I want to hit things. Fuck your intro. Is your game good? I'll care about the intro in New Game Plus if we get New Game Plus. What I care about is how's that gameplay? You know, I forgot something before I started streaming today. Add new target. We're gonna go back to multi-streaming to X. We'll start with Metatron for a second while I get this set up.
Already on the title, I'm reading feeding laxative pizzas to the homeless? Internet was a mistake.
Yesterday I made a video clowning on some trash content, and today it was like Harry Potter when he got accepted to Hogwarts with the amount of like emails and letters that I've got about other equally garbage slime out there that's popping off on TikTok because there are so many zombie
Man, it's always TikTok, isn't it?
homunculi that are just addicted to attention and desperate for it at any cost.
Yeah.
It's good. Yum, 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 pizza, pizza.
Yeah, thank you.
This is disgusting. Look, this guy's thankful. He's grateful. Is it this clown? I think it is. That's his profile, right?
Yeah, don't feed laxatives to homeless people.
Right? This guy's grateful, he's happy, he's thinking they're being nice to him. How can they be so heartless? Throw them in jail. You're absolutely right. This is sick.
Pizza, pizza, pizza. Pizza! Yeah, man. Yes, bro. Yes, sir. Have a good day, Brody. Hey, bro. Cheese pizza. Yeah, for the homeless. Yeah.
Feeding pizza laced with laxatives to the homeless. Just a good old-fashioned biological warfare prank. I mean, who hasn't done that one before?
Imagine the homeless, so people who don't have the privacy of a toilet, they have to go to, they're already struggling in their life, having to deal with the cold, where you go back home and make your money. This is disgusting. That's cruel. Like, people like this, have they been banned? Please, Critical, tell me that. Tell me that TikTok, Twitch, whatever the heck, they're broadcasting this stuff, ban them forever. Because I understand that this world we live in is thoroughly unjust. Like, there have to be hard lines.
I mean, there should be hard lines when people are trying to... Well, I mean, there already is. It's just not being utilized, right? Like, there's already protection against this. Giving someone something that they don't want to fucking consume without, letting them opt into it is already a no-no. Why this isn't hitting that is weird, but it should, and I presume it's going to.
That one's as old as, is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it. Just a good old harmless prank. Now, I don't know if he actually laced these pizzas with laxatives, or if he's just lying about it for attention, but if he actually did do that,
with a prosthetic. Sometimes people...
he should be in jail.
Thank you. Absolutely. Prison. Totally. And to be honest, even if they lied, it doesn't matter at that point. Because if you lie, what you're going to do is that, say you get a lot of views, right? Then someone will imitate you and someone will actually do it because they think you did do it. And you did get a lot of clout. So even then, it's a massive problem. Not to mention, you're laughing at people, making fun of people that are already struggling in their life, which is disgusting. But if they did do it, yeah, jail, 100%, prison.
1000%, this is a crime. Now, I know internet influencers are addicted to exploiting the homeless for content.
True.
Like this guy from back in the day who actually received a 15-month prison sentence for filling an Oreo with toothpaste and feeding it to a homeless man.
What on earth is wrong with this generation of brain rot? This is what social media is doing to our kids, by the way. You have to supervise what your kids are watching. I'm not saying you have to take everything from them, but supervise. Who are you watching? That was poisoning on purpose, only got a month. Exactly. First of all, there have to be consequences that destroy their career and their sources of income. So
I cannot find the documentation on streaming from X right now. I'm trying so hard.
maybe once they are hitting the money, because it's not like people like this care about us thinking that they're cruel, or public opinion being like, oh, you're a monster. They don't care. I just care about the money. You need to hit them in the money and take away their ability to build these platforms. Permaban, because they committed a crime. But then they have to be, after you've done that, then you need to take them and make them an example to all the other kids to see this is what happens. 5 years in jail, then maybe. If you're enjoying this video so far, please take a moment to check out my Patreon page. With as little as a $5 support, you can help us ensure that we can continue to produce high quality and high researched content. And at the same time, you get access to polls, extra videos, unlisted streams, and much more. Thank you so much.
And what this douchebag filling an Oreo with toothpaste and feeding it to a homeless man, and what this douchebag here is doing with the laxative pizzas is arguably even more cruel. Again, I have no idea if he actually did that or if that's just to, like, I don't know,
Y'all, do any of y'all have the, like, documentation on this? Laxative don't work well as advertised? True. Unless it's fucking, what, Miralax? That shit works nicely.
rage bait people into checking out his dog shit account. I'm not positive, and there'd be no way to find out either, because it would be hard to follow up here to see if anyone actually did end up, you know, shitting their brains out. And even if he comes forward and says, like, oh no, this is all a bunch of horse hockey, I made it up for attention, he could just be lying and covering his own ass, since if he does say, like, no, I really did lace these pizzas and give them to homeless people, he could probably face real punishment. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. So even if he tries to shut that shit...
We shouldn't need to cross our fingers. It should be automatic. The authorities should be all over it. Split, in fact, first the platforms should be all over it for terms of service, and then the authorities should be all over it. This is insane that we even have to cross our fingers. For what? Unbelievable. I'm going to tell you this. When it comes to people and creators that exploit the homeless, which happens all the time, the only way that I think it's acceptable is when you have one of these creators that want to get the super viral video, so they go to a homeless man or a homeless woman, give him $5,000 or give him $2,000, that kind of stuff, and then film it. It's still exploitative. I mean, if you really wanted to do it out of the kindness of your heart, you can do it in private. You don't need to do it in public. You're doing it in public because you want the profit. Your idea is, if I do something amazing and give him $5,000 and everyone put the music and everyone is going to be like, wow, it's amazing. And then my online perception is going to go high because I'm a saint. But you're not really, because you're doing it for the money. So with me, that doesn't work. Maybe with some people it does. With me, it doesn't, because I'm like, you're doing it for clout. But the reality is, if they're willing to give $2,000, it's because they're expecting to make like 20K out of it. So they just see it as they are using it as a prop. The homeless man is a prop. They are doing a little feed investment, but they are hoping on a return to that investment that kind of eclipses it. Not to mention the followers and the new people that are going to come in and then go and check out your content and that kind of stuff. But I'm still okay with it, because at least that homeless man got $5,000, got $2,000, whatever it is, and maybe their life will be better. And in fact, if I tried to prevent creators from doing this by shaming and being like, stop using the homeless as props, right, but I'm also preventing the homeless to get some help that they might need.
Down saying like he didn't actually do that, it's, you know, horseradish. There still just is a very good chance he did, and he's just trying to save himself here while panicking, realizing that what he's done is literally like a fucking crime.
Yeah.
Excuse me. How you feeling, big dog? You want some pizza? Thank you. Anytime. Appreciate it. Pizza! Have a great day. Like it? Here you go.
You know, these homeless people are 1,000 times more valuable than you, whoever you are, making this kind of heartless, crude, and cruel content.
Shout out Arizona. Can I get some more stuff? You want a plate? Pizza. I don't want your dollar, man. I want to get some pizza.
Oh, he even tried to pay for it. Goodness gracious, come on, that's real evil. That's real evil. Poor man tried to pay for it.
Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. There you go.
He even did the bait thing. Oh, I'm taking it from you. You should be ashamed of yourself, whoever you are.
Of course, make one more slice. Take a bite. Enjoy it, man.
The way that he talks to them is just infuriating as well. He talks to them like they're animals. He's treating them like dogs. Oh, you want some pizza? And actually dangles it in front of his face.
Dangles it in front of his face, basically taking advantage of their unfortunate position in life.
Oh, yum, 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 pizza, pizza, pizza. I hate this guy.
Yes.
This guy super sucks.
Show his face. Come on, Critical. You've got the massive platform. Show his face.
This pizza terrorist is just an insufferable piece of shit, man. I can't even fathom being this much of a heartless, hollow, attention-seeking little worm that you would actually do some garbage like
Vermin. Exactly, that's what it is. Vermin.
This. Just exploiting the most vulnerable people, feeding them a laxative-laced pizza knowing that they probably haven't eaten too much in that day.
Yeah.
Just to torture them for your content. He's genuinely just...
Who watches it? Who are the people that are followed? They see this and think, oh, that's cool, bro, and follow.
It's like a little mosquito, but I thought this was just so over-the-top cruel that I have to make fun of him. And I want to show you a couple more of his pranks, because that's all he does.
Bro, everything redirects me to like, here's how to make ads on X. Nothing actually goes to where I'm looking for. Like, I swear to fuck, every bit of documentation, even their own, is old. So I literally can't find this. There is no media studio anymore. Did this, like, vanish?
He goes out into society to make it worse. He is just this big fucking plague that sweeps through and just thrives off others' misery while being an extremely cringe douchebag.
You see, you guys were saying kids. Kids are the ones that are probably watching. Exactly, but that's the problem. That's why it's anti-educational. They are gonna normalize this because why? Because kids see this. And they see that this guy has a societal reward from these pranks/crimes. Why? Because he's getting followers, he's getting views, he's making money. And so kids look at that and be like, wow. So all of this must be good because he's getting rewards from it. If we made an example of these people, then kids...
Half of their links go to like twitter.com, help.twitter.com, and like half of those links, 404, and like everything is gone. Looking for broadcasts alone redirects you. All the media studio goes through X business. Like, they are either in the middle of a massive restructure, or it is all gone. Like, I cannot tell which. Everything is gone. It all redirects, like, horribly. Nothing makes sense anymore. I used to have this set up, and I pulled it out a long time ago. And I wish I never did, because I can't for the life of me find this.
Would be able to scroll, and not only I appreciate what Critical is doing here, because of course there are a lot of kids that will watch this, and by seeing that this guy is getting clowned upon and everyone is calling him cruel and evil, at least that kind of balances out a little bit. But what's really important would be for these kids to be like, hey, the guy got blocked. The channel doesn't exist anymore. So that kids watching and following understand that there are consequences that are life ruining, so that kids will be like, oh shit, I don't want to do that. I don't want to end up like that. Because as of now, whenever there are these kind of nuisance in real life streamers that do this kind of stuff, they are rewarded with money, fame, popularity. And then once they have the money, let's be honest, not only they can buy the cool shit, but because they can buy the big car. And so when you're like a 15-year-old and you see this, you want fame, you want popularity, you want money, you want good stuff, you want cars, and so you want to be like, I want to be like him. These platforms need to try and really implement the terms of service in a way that absolutely you need to make it like a thing, like big deal about this. So that's why I'm saying I really appreciate what he's doing when it comes to this Critical.
I got a free type of pizza. It's for the homeless.
It's nice and pizza for homeless? If you wait till 9 o'clock, I give you the rest. Pizza for the
For
whole.
homeless?
Yeah.
What, bro?
Let me tell you something. I'm a nice guy. I'm not gonna do all the time. Okay?
Yeah,
I
I
just
put
let you
it.
know, okay? It's a hot and crispy.
Oh, for the homeless, bro. Thank you, bro. What? Yo, shout out to you, bro.
Alright.
Damn. Free pizza. Fuck the homeless.
What an angel.
Free pizza, fuck the homeless. Yeah, you were saying we can see his face. I know we can see it now. We kind of saw him. I wanna. So this is the guy.
Free pizza. Fuck the homeless.
Turn the camera on you. Turn the camera on you. Excellent. Okay.
What an angel. This guy is really a saint. So, something he likes to do is the free pizza method, he calls it, where he goes into restaurants and pretends that the food that he's ordering is for homeless people, so he tries to get it for free. So in this one here, this pizza spot gave him this pie for free, apparently, because they believed that he was going to be
I'm pretty sure that this person giving random homeless people fucking laxatives already counts as poisoning them. I'm like 2% sure this already exists. I'm fairly certain this already exists. I feel like there is already a policy framework to address this behavior. They don't know what's going into them. It's something the FDA already fucking regulates. I'm fairly certain they get fucking wrecked already. I'm pretty sure the magnitude of which they get wrecked is only in part on their state and local fucking shit. I feel like they don't know what they recorded themselves doing, because I feel like they ruined themselves. And good, they deserve to ruin themselves.
be giving it out to homeless people. They even dap up. It seems like they were really excited, like, oh, what
Yeah.
a nice young man who's about to go out there and help some homeless people. We'd love to give you a free pizza for that, to support something so nice. And then he just eats it for himself, goes into the lot there screaming, fuck the homeless.
You know, what we need to do is actually have. I wish, I swear, if I was in charge of the algorithm, I would tweak it to say, if someone does this, actually, so they do get the stuff from the homeless, pay for it, give it to the homeless, normally help people, I would boost these accounts, particularly to the younger generation, so that the younger generation sees, man, people love it when you're a good person, people love it when you're honest. Oh, I got the wrong change, I gave back the money. It's fine, man, I don't want to get you in trouble. This, you gave me $5 extras, I don't need it, it's yours. Like, I wish that good acts would receive reward, at least that way we could kind of influence a little bit the perception of such acts, so that they're not seen as you're weak, but they would see a man. That's what it means to be a man, because kids don't know what it means to be a man. They're not men or a woman.
Wow. Truly outstanding stuff. Now, I did a little super sleuthing here. I went full-blown fucking LARPing as a detective, because that pizza box looked similar to the pizza box you could briefly see in a couple of the clips from the laxative pizza thing.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the same box, because there are some differences, and the pizzas that he gave out as the laxative pizza ones, I don't see in the box when they open it in the store. So I don't think it's the same box of pizza that he used as the laxative pizza box. So, to me, that makes it even more convincing that he actually did do a laxative pizza giveaway to the homeless, especially when he's celebrating the misfortune of homeless people and how it benefited him. You can see some eaten slices of pizza with only the crust left.
Okay, so it looks like they actually locked streaming on X behind premium shit. I think? I'm like 2% sure. I do not actually know for certain right now. I can't even feign certainty. Everything says something different, nothing's consistent. There is no actual affirmative way I can find what the fuck I'm doing, and if this is even possible. I'm just like surprised that all these grown men are still like dicking around. Like, what repercussions should befall this person? I feel like the police can go involve themselves. I feel like they just need to be reported to their local authorities and they're fucked. Good job, they deserve that. They deserve every fucking reasonable, unpleasant, uncomfortable, policy-enabled, predicated on existent structures, punishment, repercussion, and downfall they're going to find. They don't deserve a lick of anything positive, just the negative of their own actions. They deserve the consequences of what they've done, and may they learn to fucking cry with it. All right, I'll see if I can stream to X next time. This is like way too long for me to find out that I can't do it.
And there's, I think, 3 slices there, and none of those 3 slices are the ones that were visible that he gave to the homeless people. And so I think that was entirely different. But I do believe he did actually give one of these slices to another guy, and he uses this guy at the end of basically all of his videos.
Free pizza! Fuck the homeless! Free pizza! 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 Pizza!
Now, outside of poisoning homeless people, he also loves to do the standard insufferable prankster shtick of making fast food workers and restaurant employees miserable, treating them as props, not human beings, to exploit for content. You can't have a prankster without making employees of restaurants miserable. These two things go hand in hand. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
Cookie and milk.
Milk and cookie. In the bowl, bro? The bowl? The bowl?
Oh, he just said. Oh, what is he gonna do?
What's up? What's up, bro? You making it? What's up, bro? Yeah. You gotta wait for the guy over there. I got you.
What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl.
Yeah, why?
Okay.
Oh, he's behind where the employees are. And he was pretending to talk to the customer. Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm making a bowl, bro.
You don't work here. That's not funny. That's not funny. Get out.
Get out.
Bro? I'm making a bowl, bro.
I don't care.
I appreciate that that guy is not taking any shit good.
Why are you back here?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm confused, bro.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
Oh my good golly, how devious. He went back there and made himself a bowl. Wow, so brave and tough. Man, that's incredible work. Now, I know this one isn't exclusive to just him. This was a bit of a trend on TikTok for a little while where pranksters would just go behind the counter and get...
How do you think those trends happen? It connects perfectly to what I was saying before. Oh, it works?
Oh, there's no repercussion that's strong enough for these people, and so they keep doing it because no one fucking reports them and they just let it fucking fly? Yeah, entirely agree. The framework's there, no one uses it.
Oh, they're getting views? I'm gonna do it too.
Why? 数日前、谷に倒れている侠客殿を見つけたのだ。浮か病だったゆえ、仏の洞窟で療養させた。浮か病？そうか、何も知らぬのか。半年前、仏現鎮にあやかしが現れた。そして、民が獅子に羽が生える奇病を患った。この病は治せぬ。これは汝と共に見つけた白書だ。
Alright, y'all, hold on. Hold the tits on. Wait a second. Alright, so USC 1365, in addition to state battery statutes, FDA rules on adulteration, yet laxatives without consent are indeed a fucking problem. Worst case is a projection of up to 10 years if it risks injury, more if harm happens. Arizona, Texas, Minnesota cases already prosecuted. It's not a prank, it's poison. And all they need is someone to report this. And with all good luck, they faced felony charges. Wow. Just wow. Just fucking wow.
their own fast food and all that, which from what I understand is a huge nuisance to the employees there, because then they have to...
Yeah, I just went to the comments with that because honestly, that's just despicable. Absolutely despicable. Tampering with consumer products is nasty. These people are fucking egregious.
to like swap everything out.
Oh, what did I click?
Because
Contaminated,
well, it could have been a problem if they didn't.
Of course.
Especially in the case of a dangerous asshole like this, who apparently fed laxative-laced pizza to homeless people. So who's to say he didn't just start poisoning the food here at this Chipotle? It's just so fucking stupid, man. I actually don't know how anyone found this entertaining at all, because there's not even like a joke there or anything. The joke is literally, he's doing something he's not supposed to.
Yep.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah, but that's the problem, as you guys were saying. It's kids that think this is funny.
My hand, Dad! Bro, my hand is gone! Help me! Bro, help my hand! It's gone! What, bro? Call them, my hand is gone! Where's my hand at? Guys, let me find my hand. Yeah. Where is it?
When he's not just directly impeding people's ability to just go about their day, he's then doing
Pretending to be a lunatic.
this kind of like baby shit where he's like, where's my hand? And making a silly voice with it. That's his comedy.
Oh, yeah. Wait, these can fit my feet?
Huh?
You can fit my feet?
What size is those? This might be too big.
No.
Sure you wear 15?
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Let me see.
Free shoe method is gonna steal it?
Can I just try them on first to see if they
No,
fit my
that's gonna be
feet?
too big, man. I
What do
don't
you
want you-
mean?
Bro, this is size 10.
Bro, I wear 15.
No, 15 too big.
Wait, they're legit gonna steal shoes after poisoning people? Oh, y'all. I hope they fuck themselves. I hope they ruin their own lives.
That's
Why,
way too
bro?
big.
I want a size 15, bro.
You want a size 10?
15.
You want? All right, here, I'll let you try it.
Oh, this guy's nice.
It's gonna be too big. I'm letting you know now, but
Oh,
I'm not exaggerating.
So we've got like a stitched up arm covered in feathers. They're only coming from one side. It's making our skin crack. Bro, this is what eczema looks like if I don't take care of my skin, minus the feathers. Y'all.
When he's not like directly harassing people or like getting in their way and being a huge fucking nuisance, this is what he's doing. Just being extremely annoying. Literally doing like baby talk. Well, not even baby talk. He's actually just putting on goofy voice and being dumb.
Yeah.
That's not even entertaining or anything. It's
I wonder if he is putting it on, or if he is that dumb. I don't know at this point.
genuinely just completely useless, baffling mumbo jumbo. It's just such a fucking loser. This guy is just such a loser.
Yes.
excuse me, sir. You have a... My fuck, can I put this right here real quick? Thank you, I appreciate it.
Why are you putting it in my cart?
No, because like I have a finger problems. Like,
Oh, okay. Well, what am I going to do with them?
can you put it back in my hand for me real quick, please?
Just put it in your arm, like that.
Thank you, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
You see, people like this, they just have to do it to the wrong guy. Because this guy was polite. It was just a guy who was minding his own business. He probably doesn't want to get into trouble. He has a family to take care of. He just needs to do it to the wrong guy one day. The one that you think is just an idiot, but in reality is not. It's someone who's dangerous. And that's what's going to happen. You know it will eventually. You can keep rolling those dices. Eventually you'll get a 1 on a D20.
This one's very creative, actually. This one's clever. He's pretending he's got a finger problem, so that way he can do this to everyone in the store. That's
Well, I've got a finger problem. I like flipping people off too. Anyways, I've got a finger problem. I don't flip enough people
really
off.
naughty. Oh my goodness. And he's so big and tough that he loves to target elderly people, just like all of the other awesome pranksters out there. Just a swell gentleman all around, harassing fast food employees, targeting the elderly for these garbage-ass disrespectful pranks, targeting the homeless for a little pizza terrorism. Man, what a guy.
Yeah, really. You know, It's because they think, oh, what is this old guy gonna do? Yeah, try it in Sicily. You get the wrong old guy. Maybe you will get normal old guys. I mean, there is, again, it's a dice rolling. But what happens if you get the wrong old guy? There is a Don. Man, I'd like to see that. I'll be honest with you. I'd like to say, I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it, but I'd like to see that.
The cucumbers?
What is your deal, dude?
The cucumbers.
Yeah, I see you have cucumbers. I also see you throwing me the bird.
No, I have a finger problem. I'm sorry. It's a finger issue. I'm sorry about that. The bread? The bread?
Look at that.
What are you doing, man?
The bread?
I can see you recording, okay? Come on. Put your finger down. Move on.
Sorry about that, man.
Move on, dude.
That last guy just dressed him down right there and spanked his bottom. He's like, yeah, I see you recording. This shit is embarrassing. Put your fingers down and move on. Get away from me. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And you could actually see him take his fingers away.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he left that in there because he just looks like a huge bitch here.
Yes.
He's very tough when it comes to the homeless and the elderly. But the second some guy like actually calls him out directly to his face, he fucking deflates and like shrinks into himself in the fetal position.
True. It's also the fact, though, that his parents need to be over this guy. They need to remove access to all social media. They need to remove access to all devices. That's one thing. Then the terms of services from the platforms, and then the authorities need to get involved. You need all three. You need all three.
Bro, you're not gonna put a cop, bro. Fine, bro.
Oh my goodness, another gut buster here. He goes.
I mean, at this point, they're just acting like the quartering. They're just doing like weird bodily shit in public that no one wanted them to do. I mean, at least Jeremy, like, shits himself. He's got that going for him. He shits his pants. These dudes are just like weird. I don't know, man. At least the quartering has Hannah Claire to save his ass. These dudes are just fucking garbage. No offense, but a lot of offense is intended in that. Oop, shit.
Goes into the Planet Fitness snarling. He goes in there like a feral beast, making weird noises and running around a little bit.
Unbelievable.
Holy! What a prank! This guy sucks, man. He's just such a fucking loser. I had to make fun of this guy.
Yes.
And if he actually did feed homeless people laxative-laced pizzas, I hope he goes to jail. Yeah. I really hope they arrest this guy if he actually did do that. And I don't know how he'd even prove his innocence there, because he's the one that said that they were laxative-laced. And
exactly, that's admission of guilt. Precisely.
I think it'd be really hard to prove that they weren't now, because it'd be very difficult to follow up and figure out, well, were they actually laxative-laced, or was this guy just...
Well, maybe if you know, the way I would do it is that if you know where the road is, it's likely that the homeless are still there. So you could go and ask, hey guys, were you feeling sick after this guy gave you the pizza? Like, you could do that. And even if one homeless guy says, yeah, actually I had really bad, it was terrible, then there you go. I mean, that would be corroborating. That's what I would do.
Lying about that for attention. So, to me, if I was the authorities here, I'd just take him at his word that he fed them laxative-laced pizzas, and I would arrest him. Because this guy fucking sucks, and he probably did actually do that.
Yep.
At least based on all the other things that
he absolutely. Don't put it behind him.
Does. I wouldn't be surprised if that was real. He sucks. Wanted to make fun of him. That's it. See ya.
Yeah, no, good take. Good take. I freaking despise people like this, but it is appalling.
It is indeed appalling. Yeah, no shit. Those people fucking suck ass. Anyways, ooh, dual weapons. Oh, I tried to attack like it was a different kind of game. I like dual weapons. They usually go fast enough for me to not get bored. That's pretty solid. What else do we have that's like dual bladey? Well, these actually look like dual blades. The others look like I'm about to bash someone's head in. Dope. Offer blood? Okay. Is this like safe for me? Offer blood at a shrine. Take my fucking... take my fluids. That wasn't disturbing. Dopeness. Oops. You infected too, seeking the feathering outbreak. Since the feathering outbreak, and worship's rise, may have fallen ill. Yeah, sounds like about right. You did say two, so I think the may part's kind of silly. I saw the Taurus carry you in the other day. Looks like you caught the plague too, huh? Feathers growing out of your arm, just like mine. He's got a heart of gold, the old Talus, but who knows if he'll ever come up with a miracle cure for us all. The feathering, I've been sick for ages, but no one's been healed yet. Heard the priest at True Sanctum might have something. I'd risk my life heading there, but if the road wasn't crawling with danger, all the fuck. If you're still kicking, you might want to head to the Sanctum too. It could be your last hope. Okay. Running is holding down. I'm on a PlayStation controller, so A is X, O is B. Sorry, B is O. Sorry, A, B, X, Y is just, you know, it's instead gonna be cross, circle, square, triangle. If I slip between the two, forgive me. They're basically the same thing. Yo! Got a fixed organ vial. Nice. Well, what? So, the way this game, like, the settings, honestly, not letting me just go with DLAA, but forcing some upscaling on without any way out is, like, fucking obnoxious, and I don't like that at all. That is, like, so lame. You either get DLSS or TSR. Wait, what? Wait, what? And so that's, like, on its own pretty lame. You have no ability to tune it at all, which is pretty lame. And I can't find if the grain is being imposed, but I do feel like it's in part, like, thanks to the... Oh, oversampling resolution. Wait, what? DLAA. Exceeds recommended values. I don't care. Give me what I want. There we go. That was not as hard to find as I made it, but that definitely is a glow up. I will give it that. That is a nice amount of glow up. The game looks less dodgy. That was a little bit... It wasn't hidden, but it looked hidden. We don't have the key. Is this the key? Giant claw marks. I guess this is how somebody got wheeled out. I'm guessing. I'm guessing they don't... Like, they go kicking and screaming, so I'm guessing that's how they left. Boosh. Boosh. Wait, we have other armor sets now, too. Hold on. Is there no way to, like, preview while you do? Respectable. Respectable. Respectable as. Embroidered headband. Okay, let's find a headpiece first. A hairpin of sea lily, not seal ivory. Wow, if only I could speak some days, bro. Here's the one I thought looked dope. Does it? That's a pretty dress. I like it. Nice. Those are the same. What's this? That's pretty cool. This is, like, remarkably cool. We came here with this. So what I'm looking for is poise break goes up, which, yeah, poise break bananas. Bananas poise break. Absolutely. Vengeful Tiger of Fortune. Do we have another? What's the Radiant set look like? Hold on. This exists. Okay, cool beans. But the poise break. But the poise break though, my dude. But the poise break, babes. Yeah, no. It's all this one. Whatever. We're taking it. Shoes. Yeah, that one. More than likely, right? Can I get better? / mitigation's fine. Feathering's negligible. Everything else is pretty solid. Okay. Then do we have another one like this? Is it? Is it? I want the more poise break. More poise break for days. There's like no way to see it while you're doing it, but it's also covered up by the armor, so who cares? And let's see. There's an axe. Let me axe you a question. And there's a one-handed sword too, right? There we go. Spell power goes up substantially by 100. That's bananas. Absolutely bananas. It's nanners, bruh. It's fucking nanners. Which was that? Oh, even more. But this is one of those little two-handed ones. Let's go with a one-handed sword. That seems like the way to go, right? It'll have to be fast enough. We drip feathers. We also wear our drip. Okay, hold on. This kills it for stab. We're taking it. We're taking the dual blades first. I might move to axe. We'll just bounce around weapons. Who cares? We'll see what goes. We'll see what does what. There's a person. We haven't said hi to them yet. Maybe they have stuff for us? Also, what's the next video we were gonna watch? Lol, on the make-believe lol JK Dwocket. Oh, y'all. This is worth it. Absolutely worth it. 012100 based.
This is an open letter to the McDonald's CEO. Chris Kazansky, what are you doing? What are you doing over there? You are the CEO of the largest hamburger restaurant in the world. What are you doing? Why are you showing off new products? Why are you in front of a camera? You have one job. How the fuck do you say your last name? How do you forget?
If he puts it on screen, I can pronounce it. I'm pretty solid with Polish surnames. Like, you may as well call me the Polish whisperer.
Get your one job. You're sitting here talking to people about the new product instead of asking the most important question. Am I providing enough value to the shareholders? This morning, I bought 1 share of McDonald's. And I'm pissed. And I don't think I'm alone either, Chris. There's a lot of other McDonald's shareholders that I think maybe you're forgetting to talk to. As a McDonald's shareholder, what do you want?
I want profits.
How long have you been a shareholder?
About 3 days.
You bought yours before me? As a McDonald's shareholder, what do you expect from our CEO?
I have 2 issues right now.
Yeah.
Number 1, I'm not sure what you're talking about. And also, you smell like beer. I don't know what
just say you want more value.
I want you to go away.
I feel kind of bad for you, Chris, okay? You seem like a good guy. You just don't know what you should be doing. The fact that you guys made that video and posted it to social media flabbergasts me. And so, for free, in the next 10 to 20, 30 minutes, however long this video is, William Osmond II am going to teach you step by step how to add shareholder value. And I'm even going to deliver you for free a prototype hamburger if I ever meet
They don't make them like Stellar Blade and Sekiro anymore, do they?
you in person. All I expect is you to buy me a beer. All right, Chris, you know what time it is. Time to review the new product. We've got ourselves the old product, the older product, and the newest product. Big Arch is the new sandwich from McDonald's. This is the sandwich that you saw the CEO, Kip K, take tiny little toddler bites out of. I've been told I have a small mouth, but Chris's mouth is way smaller because this burger definitely is easy to take a big bite out of, but we're not gonna taste it right now. I would like to vivisect it to see what we're working with. We've got bread, the bun, with the sauce biased towards one side. I don't really care. If it saves time, it saves money, it provides more value to me, the shareholder. We've got 2 patties that are strikingly similar in size of the kind of burger you would make at home. They don't look horrible. Okay, I take that back. That looks proper rancid. Let's see how much they weigh. I'm gonna clean all the cheese off. Anyone have any idea how much these patties are?
I just need to be less aggro.
They're supposed to weigh before they're
on
cooked.
entry. This is fun though. I like this.
I'm cleaning all the
It's a
cheese
nice
off the
change.
burger. Well, we're gonna weigh it.
Did I miss like a difficulty slider? Can I make it harder? I want to make it harder. Deaths, dropping to 0 health, makes you drop red mercury based on your current madness, after which you are revived at the shrine you last prayed to. Head back to the place you fell to reclaim your red mercury. Maddening incense, increased madness when used. Also prevent the loss of madness over a time. The shrine's blessing sustains the power of madness. I'll sustain your mother's power of madness.
Quarter pound beef patty.
So these start off as a quarter pound?
Yes.
Look at that. 2.6 ounces, and the pound is 16 ounces, 2.7. That is 0.17 pounds, which is, I think, what I would expect if I had to guess, because they cook the raw meat as a quarter pound, and it comes out to 1.17 pounds after. Does that make sense? That feels a little bit. It's kind of a lot, like a tenth of a pound, whatever. I don't care. That's pound force. Pound force and pound mass are the same on Earth, and so we are allowed to write that right now. We're going to measure the volume. We're going to measure the thickness. 9.7. We'll go over here. We'll do a couple. 0.18. We'll go over here. 9.8, 9.9, 9.5. What do you want to call it? 9.75. Let's switch to inches for the diameter. Do you want to do 3 points?
I found the difficulty slider. No armor. There we go. Difficulty slider unlocked.
7.3 inches, and then D2. Let's do 4.46. 6, repeating, of course. You can just draw a line over the top to save time. Yeah, that means repeating. You don't have to make the line out. Okay, let's clean one of the pickles next. I've been hearing some hubbub about the pickles being thinner than the patties of McDonald's sandwiches. That is not the case for the Big Arch. 4.28 inches. Sorry, millimeters. It's a little bit less than half the thickness of the patty, because half of 9 is 4.5, and we're at 9.75, and this is less than 4.5, so it's about less than half. The Big Arch is too big. I don't like this sandwich. We should try it. You see that? That's what a real bite looks like from a big boy, Chris. There's something really interesting about McDonald's products, specifically the burgers. They're always better with less meat. Like the single cheeseburger, the bread to meat ratio is better than the double cheeseburger. And the Big Arch, quite frankly, is too much weird meat. You want a bite? Yeah, see? Another big boy bite. You got too much meat? You see what I'm saying? It's like, there's something going on in there. It's different from like an In-N-Out burger or even a Wendy's burger. Like McDonald's beef just makes me thirsty. But I want to clean my mouth out thirsty. The Big Arch cost a little over $9 where we are in Southern California. Slightly less expensive.
I just make my own shit, so I've like ate too much rip. So I have not like seen even McDonald's fries in like years. And so like honestly, bro, my friend used to take me by McDonald's to get fries like all the fucking time. I loved those bastards when I did, but like honestly, I just rather make shit at home. It costs a lot less.
Expensive is the Big Mac, coming in a little under $7. I think about $6 and I don't know, 20 cents where we are. This is a classic product from McDonald's. I used to buy these all the time growing up because you could get 2 of them for $5. That is not the case anymore. The Big Mac is famous for having more layers than a typical burger. You've got the top bun, you've got the maggots, you've got some pickles, some infinity pickles, Mobius pickles, shredded lettuce, a secret sauce, this sort of weird piece of bread you don't see on any other type of burger, another patty, and then a freaking mother load of sauce, cheese, and lettuce. All right, we'll slap her on the scale, and we're looking at 0.065 pounds. That's an enormous difference. That is a tenth of a pound less. That's less than half the weight. a thickness of about 5.3. Let's go over here, 5.8. Let's do 5.75 millimeters thick. The patty is much rounder. I think we can just give it a single diameter. So we'll give it, and we're doing those in inches. So we're gonna do a diameter of 3.3925 inches. But how does it taste? So I'll put that back on there. The third layer of bread makes a much better meat to bread ratio. The Big Mac is significantly more palatable.
Ooh, a steamed bunny bun based
than the Big Arch. And last but not least, the burger that I would consider to be the closest to shareholder value maximization, the single cheeseburger. Why is it maximized? Because inside of this tiny little wax paper wrapper is almost nothing, and it costs over $3. Are you fucking kidding me, Chris? You knocked it out of the park with this one. Almost no food for borderline infinite money. Open it up, look at that, nothing. Oh, there's basically 2 ingredients on the first layer. Only a couple more cheese, 1 pickle, a little bit of ketchup, and what I can only describe as a shart of mustard. And you know what I'm noticing about this patty on the cheeseburger is it looks to be exactly the same as the patty on the Big Mac.
And then I'm gonna dry the patty off so it's a fair comparison.
So this is the cheeseburger patty and this is the Big Mac patty. And you can see the only difference is the 2 bites that we took out of it earlier. It's the same exact thickness, the same exact diameter. This is the same product right here being used in multiple sandwiches, which I think is a huge supply chain efficiency, Chris. Good fucking job. Let's put that back on there. We'll reassemble the cheese. Good enough. Bottom burger. Take a bite. Wow. Perfect meat to bread to cheese ratio. But I think we can do better. Much better, Chris. I think we can do so well that your 34,000 shares of McDonald's stock will be worth north of $100 billion if you follow my simple 3-step plan. When my grandpa was dying,
I thought I just had to tighten up the block timing to get like a perfect guard, but only certain weapons allow you to like block anyway, so it's kind of cool.
On his deathbed, Pappy whispered to me that my inheritance was treasure he had buried somewhere on his property, but he had forgotten exactly where. I remember him thinking for a moment and telling me with his dying breath, if I couldn't find it, the next best thing besides free money is saving money. And the best way he found to save money was by wearing the same pair of underwear for 3 to 4 days before washing. I never found the treasure because this story is fake, but one of the ways I save money is by making my own breakfast in the morning. 2 eggs steamed over medium, toast and coffee. It's fast, cheap, and most importantly, low cleanup. The problem is lunch. Either I don't eat or buy fast food, which has gotten so expensive recently. That's why I started trying Factor, the sponsor of this video. They deliver fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted meals that are
So you know what
ready in
else
about 2
delivers
minutes,
fresh, never
which saves us
frozen?
time, but most
Not me, because I
importantly,
make some
money.
things that
If you're a
explicitly
meal
work
prepper
well
or
when
a
frozen.
maxer, or you
Because
buy
I'm
50-pound
efficient.
bags of rice, you're
I'm
better.
very kitchen
But John and I have
efficient.
been eating Factor
It's
recently.
adorable,
It's
really.
less expensive
You
and way
basically
better than what we
want
normally
more
use
of
for
me.
lunch. The
The more of me you
like
have,
is that it's real
the
food.
better
Factor
life
rotates
gets.
100
Is this
plus weekly
accurate?
options,
Not
and most of
necessarily.
the meals have
Is it
30
fun to
grams or
say?
more of
Oh
protein.
yes, it
Today I tried the
absolutely
braised
is,
rib
my
with green
dudes.
beans and sweet potatoes,
Why?
and John
'Cause I
ate the
say
mushroom
so.
pork chop. They're quick
Because
to
I
make, but
demand
still
it.
feel full.
Because
Sorry,
I
didn't take a share.
refuse
Cheers.
to do anything else but good kitchen work.
That's right. Just
Because
poke a
I
couple
can't.
of holes in the lid. John
Burrs,
likes to
'cause I
poke more.
can, and I
Microwave for
said
2
so.
minutes, and then you've got
And
a
I
hot
want
meal.
to.
No drive-through, no lines.
Also,
I've been
did I
trying a
mention I
few of
like
the
the
new
kitchen?
high-protein options lately, and it
A lot.
It's honestly just made eating during the day way more consistent. Instead of skipping meals or waiting in the drive-thru line, I just heat one up and keep going. Head to factor75.com or click the link in the description and use code WO2FB50 at checkout to get 50% off your first Factor box plus breakfast free for 1 year. That's code WOFB50 at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free breakfast for 1 year. The ingredients you need for this recipe are very fatty ground beef, the cheapest, thinnest burger buns you
My fucking vegan patty got called fucking pink bread the other day. I hope y'all just understand how fucking fantabulously funny I think that is. My, like, little vegan patty getting called pink dough. Like, holy shit, bro. As if I needed a reason to laugh more. That was fucking classic in every way.
You can find a head of lettuce, a white onion, Marmite, sesame seeds, whole dill pickles, American cheese, mayonnaise, a beer. Oops. That one's just for right now. And freshly ground black pepper. You're also going to need a couple of special tools, something to grate the onion with, a Chinese knife, a wooden cutting board, and last but not least, our very secret ingredient or piece of machinery. Come with me, John. We gotta go. I need your help, actually. It's really heavy. Wait, there's two things. Oh, shit. Deli slicer. And the last tool we need is the most critical tool for the shareholder value burger. It's what's going to take the most expensive ingredient, which is beef. And we're going to compress the value of the beef into actual dollar bills by using this, I think, 6-ton arbor press to squish our patties. I don't know of any other way to make a smaller patty other than with basically industrial metalworking tools. You like it? It's like a 10-ton arbor press, 3-ton arbor press? I actually don't know. Oh, does it say there? Banco Machine Corp. Bamco? I don't know. You don't care, do you? I don't know your product recipes over at McDonald's, so I'm just gonna use a Big Mac recipe from Serious Eats called a Better Big Mac, I think. They make their own ground beef, and we're not doing that. We're not making our own ground beef. We're gonna start from the instructions that we cannot buy.
We started from the bottom, now we're here. Now we're making our own ingredients. Woo! I mean, honestly, making your own shit, the more you go from scratch, the less it fucking costs.
And that is minced onion. We need grated onion and minced onion. So we're gonna start with the minced because we need to microwave it for 10 minutes. Now, minced means something. I don't know what. I never went to chef school. I just have stolen valor by wearing the outfit. So now that we've minced our onions, we can put them on paper towels. Can you get me a microwave safe plate and 4 paper towels all together? We're gonna put our minced onions on the paper towel. I don't know how thick or deep they should be, but that doesn't matter because that's John's problem. Now go microwave that for 10 minutes. What are you doing? It said just to put it in for 10.
Lol, what are we doing? Doing armor stuff, duh. It's like the person watching them cook doesn't know that our game's
10 minutes. Is there something wrong? Is the plate's the glass plate's missing? All right. Well, Godspeed. I'm just gonna continue mincing. The recipe said to use a microplane, which is like, it looks like this, but it's like a bunch of little sharper rectangular edges, like a cheese grater. But all I had was this round one. And so I think this is kind of just like shredding the onions. I think that's maybe fine. I don't really know. It looks gross though. Whoa! I have a question for you, John. Did you put the microwave on low power? That's why they're fucking burnt! My hard reaction? That's your excuse? Are you improvising right now? Are you wearing a chef hat? No, you're not wearing a chef hat. Go put the microwave on low, throw those fuckers in there for 10 minutes like the instructions say, and don't look at them. If you come back on there on fire, then you can start improvising. I forgot some of the ingredients. For the sauce, you're going to need also mustard and sugar and relish and turmeric. I'm gonna go borrow turmeric from Kevin. For the sauce, 1 teaspoon of grated onion. And then we're going to do 1 teaspoon of yellow mustard. Now, I got the little mustard flake in there, the little dry bit that came off of the lid. You can leave that in if you would like. I normally take them out and then look at it, and then I put it back in, and then I mix it into the sauce. 1 teaspoon, 1.5 teaspoon of pickle relish. God, I love relish. I love the smell of relish. Yay! Oh, thank you for the turmeric. Hey, I've got another job for you.
All right.
I was trying to traverse the water,
slice a pickle
but you can't jump, so
slicer.
no.
Oh, I've never used one of those.
They kind of scare me. Like we're microphone maxing for the relish.
Damn.
Damn, girl. Show that ass. 1.5 tablespoons of mayonnaise. That's 1 tablespoon of mayonnaise. Can we all concur? This looks like a 1/2 tablespoon. About a half, about a half. Okay. 1 teaspoon of sugar. 1/2. 2/2. And then 1/4 teaspoon of Marmite. Sort of like a really thick molasses vibe. Give it some like bitter undertones.
Why does this need, what do you need 200 watts?
To cut 1 pickle? I don't know. A lot of power.
It just kind of goes like this?
Oh yeah, you can change the thickness. So you change the thickness of the cut by pushing
It's going.
So that's too thick for our shareholder maximizing burger.
Sorry, chef. Give me that pickle. How about that?
Ooh, that's getting better. It's almost as clear as the windshield on my car. 1/4 teaspoon turmeric. That's the last ingredient for the sauce, I think. I don't think there's anything else. I could be wrong. I don't really want to figure it out though. The sauce all mixed up. How are the onions looking? Hey, those look thoroughly dehydrated. I give you permission to improvise. Okay, well, if improvising is pulling out the good ones, that's totally fine. Now that we've got our sauce mixed up, it's time to put the sesame seeds onto our bun. And we're going to gently coat our burger with a egg white, a little glaze. And once the glaze sort of feels nice and fully covered, we sprinkle some sesame seeds on, but not too many sesame seeds. There's like a kind of critical ratio of sesame seeds to make it look like a McDonald's burger. We probably could save money, John, by using glue, like Elmer's glue, instead of egg whites. That's another experiment though for another day. Nice and toasted. Now that our buns are done, it's time to move on to the next step of burger maxing. The next step of the burger making process is our patty making step. This is the most critical. This is the part of the burger recipe where you can save the most money to add the most shareholder value. And that is by using a tube of ground beef that cost $9 at the grocery store. Holy shit, John, what has happened to the prices of ground beef? So we're gonna take our shareholder value plate.
You think that's a lot? Bro, wait till the water stops getting subsidized for fucking cows. Think $9 is a lot for a tube of ground beef? Bruh. Plant-based shit only costs more for now. That's because of heavy subsidy. Now, again, I want everyone to have an easy time and to not deal with the fucking tumultuous financial fucking upheaval of the world. However, I'm just fucking cognizant. That's all. I'm just a clever cookie. Who knows why my things cost what they cost.
Plates, we're gonna put them down on the table. We're gonna get a piece of saran wrap. We're gonna lay our saran wrap over here. I'm gonna get out of the sauce, B. Get out of the sauce, B. Sheet of saran wrap, don't be afraid. It literally costs nothing in this quantity. Cut open our beef tube. Our $10 beef tube. Now the standard McDonald's beef patty starts off at 0.1 pounds. That's 1/10 of a pound. I think we can do better than that. I think we can do 1/100 of a pound. 0.024. Okay, so we need to do about half of that. Is that 1/100 of a pound? That's a little more. That's like 150th. That is right there, ladies and gentlemen, 1/100th of a pound. In order to maximize our shareholder profits, we have to stretch this 0.01 pound beef patty out into a 4-inch diameter. Can we do it? Can we increase the shareholder value for McDonald's, for everybody whose only goal in the world is to put money in and get more money out? Shareholder value in the press. This is a 100th pound burger coming right up. Get in there, John. I think we're gonna see some splooging. I think we might be able to make a burger smaller. Oh, it's already.
So after stream, I'm gonna make like a fucking 1/4 pound fucking plant-based fucking boiga and have, oh, I'm out of fucking, I don't have potatoes and I don't have frozen fries. I was gonna say, and put fries on it, but I will with just a knife, no mandolin, no fucking fancy nonsense. I get it, you need the fancy nonsense to make it repeatable. That's why you have machinery in like industrial kitchens these days. Like you have to make it repeatable or else you're fucking up. So I get it. I actually respect it a great deal. I love making like kitchen shit repeatable. It's like really fun to me. But that said, like I'm just gonna use a knife like a champion. Where's this go now? I wanna see where this goes. Where's this ladder go? Can I go faster? Woo-hoo! Look at us move. We moved fast as fuck. Back up.
Oozing out the sides. I don't know if you can see over there. We've got burger busting out. That's insane. That's carnage if I've ever seen it. Okay, not quite. I'm not sure that this is what the shareholders want. I think we flew too close to the sun.
So how do I traverse this waterfall? Am I about to see that I missed it? Did I miss this? Because there's like loot over there and I kind of want it. No, I need to get this. Fuck this. I'm getting the loot. Fuck this. Loot's mine. Loot maxing.
We're starting over. Don't worry. All the food in this video will be eaten by me, even the uncooked beef. We are at 0.22. I think we'll call that. Yeah, that's good. That's good right there. All right, we've doubled our mass of beef. Coming back over to the shareholder value press. All right, the beef is centered. The shareholder value top plate is on. And we are arbor pressing once again, going for the new world record, world's thinnest patty. Most shareholder value added. We're getting like focused spreading on one side, not the other. How does that look though? Whoa, I think that might be it. That's it, John. I think that's the money right there. I don't think I can pull the patty out of the saran wrap as is. I think we're gonna have to stabilize it first mechanically. I think if we freeze it, that will stabilize the patty. Structural rigidity, hold it together a bit better, and then we can separate the saran wrap and cook the burger. We're almost there. While we're waiting for the patty to freeze, I kind of was thinking that the bun's too thick. You thinking the same thing? Maybe we can take off, what, like how thick should the bun be? No, oh God, no, oh no, I ripped the bun apart. It ripped my bun to pieces, no! That's good.
Rip my bun into pieces. This is my last resort.
No, I like that buns. Thickness. Let's. We got a couple left. No, we should have done the. The sesame seeds are falling off like no tomorrow. Is there a speed setting on this thing? No, I don't think so. Okay, we gotta go fast. Okay. Oh, did I get it? Close. Close. I mean, it looks like shit, but it's a bit better than the first one. Hey, that looks pretty good. It's about the same size as the original. All right, we got 2 more tries. All right. Hey, look at that. That's a pretty solid top bun. I'm gonna place that to the side, and now let's work on the bottom bun. We're gonna make the bottom bun just as thin. Now we're gonna go this way now. We're gonna try it this way. Yeah. The same thing we did last time. No. Okay, don't rip my fingers off, please. All right, we're gonna start just pulling off the bits that have been cut. Then we're gonna come back in for a, oh shit, I ripped the wrong side, John. I cut the wrong side off. Fuck! Okay, we're cutting. This thing really just wants to explode the bread. Okay. No! Fuck, it ripped it in half again! Oh God, I'm starting to think my Chinese knife is gonna do a better job. Let's take a swing with the Chinese knife. What do you say? better than Japanese knives, better than German knives. This Chinese knife right here is the bomb. How's the pickle slicing going?
I need to borrow some utility knives.
Oh, what happened?
I gotta make a really thin pickle, chef. I'm trying.
How thin are you gonna make the pickle?
I wanted it see-through like your car window.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on.
Are you getting close?
No.
You see that the new bun is the same size as 1/2 of the original bun? Have you ever seen a burger that thin before?
I think I just had a McChicken that looks like that.
Oh shit, they've already done it with the chicken sandwich? Let's go get the beef. My child is hungry for lunch. All right, beef coming out of the fridge, icy cold. Can I cook in the kitchen?
If you want, I mean.
I can?
Yeah, just clean up after yourself.
Okay. Now, this is, I think you're gonna see something that you've never seen before. We're gonna leave this in the freezer for the meantime while we heat the pan up. Because my wife won't let me cook in the kitchen. We have to finish this burger really fast because my child is hungry. We ate all the other product, we ate it all, and we didn't leave any for her. She woke up from her nap and she's upset now that we didn't save any for her, so we have to finish the hamburger as quickly as possible. And now, John, I'm gonna ask you to do something kind of weird right now. Could you turn the stove off and bring the pan outside? All right, McDonald's corporate, ready to see a magic trick? A patty so thin that you don't actually need to have your cookware on all the time. Oh no, John. It's stuck to the plastic. It's shrinking so much. Oh, there it is, got it off. Gotta reconstructure it. There's a problem. I'm noticing that the structural integrity of the patty is basically non-existent at this size. I would call that basically cooked, right? Do we want to hit it with some, can we get some char on there? Give me that burger flip. Give me that nice flip, John. No, you just fucking crumpled it. Alrighty. Okay. And then we're gonna take some sauce and we're gonna smear some sauce on the top of the patty. You know, I think that my child is going to want cheese. One slice of cheese, I think, is too much cheese. So we're just gonna sprinkle down a little bit of cheese and then we're gonna melt it with a torch. Starting to melt, we're melting. Okay, great, excellent. All right, I see the softening. I see a little bit of Maillard reaction on the cheese. All right, turn the gas off. We're only missing one more ingredient at this point. We got the sauce, we got the cheese, we got the bread. I don't think we do lettuce. I think my child does not like lettuce. Let's go get those pickles, baby. How are those pickles coming?
Oh man, I think I need more time, chef.
You need more time. It's not going well.
No, it could be going better.
Okay, look, all we're missing is pickle.
All right, hold on. Let me see what I can do.
I'm ready.
Okay, sending it.
I only need one pickle.
Here comes chef.
I'm ready. Oh, wow, you can see right through. Oh, pickle on.
Whoa.
You know, this is pretty good. So we've got ourselves a cheeseburger that is about, do you have a tape measure or where's your calipers? 21.31 millimeters, 0.83 inches. So we're under an inch. This is huge. I think we can make it thinner. Let's go do our first taste test. Hello, my queens, the loves of my life. I have prepared for you the world's thinnest cheeseburger. Look at, there's a patty, there's the world's thinnest pickle, there's just enough cheese and a thin layer of sauce. You wanna bite?
I need chips.
You want chips instead?
Well, I don't eat beef, so.
You're not gonna take a bite?
One bite for Papa?
No.
You want Papa to take a bite first?
Papa, take a bite first.
Well, they are an adorable couple, and they listen to their little one. So, yeah, William Osman 2, #1. Let's go. Good fucking channel
Can you
so
take
far.
a bite for Papa?
No? You hate it? Well, that makes me sad.
Oh, you heard Papa's.
Oh, how dare he tell the kid that it makes him sad that they won't eat his, like, debaucherous concoction. How dare. I mean, up until that part, and I'll give him a pass, he could just be a funny guy. But that is like, nah, brah. Don't try to be like, it makes me sad you won't eat my thing. Get the fuck off that. Go back to being adorable. Make this man adorable again. Make William Osman 2 great again.
His feelings. He made.
One bite?
You try it and tell him if it's good or if it's yucky.
What an absolute brat.
How would you make her a regular one? Since at this point you've eaten the whole thing.
The beef's got some weird chunks in it.
It wasn't thin enough.
You need a thinner burger? Is it too big? You want a smaller one?
Yeah.
God. All right, we're gonna stick some beef into the food processor, into the coffee grinder. I think by grinding the beef up more, we will get a more homogeneous consistency for such a small volume of beef.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
That's the pink goo.
What a delightful pink goo. You got a new kitty? It's so cute.
Helldivers in Japanese sounds pretty based, honestly.
Cute.
Are you sure?
And the shirt too. It's like, holy swag. Did you buy that stuff?
Obviously.
You are a sucker.
Are you supposed to say no?
In this economy, hamburgers cost $10. I mean, it is cute. I would have. I don't think I think I would have fallen for it too. Hi, Poo Poo.
And they're humans.
Look at that. 0.21. That's good enough for me. And we're gonna take that off. So we're gonna put that onto there. And then we're gonna bring this over to the shareholder value press. And we're gonna squish it down. Give it a nice little squish. Okay, good work. Is Papa doing a good job?
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Oopsies. And
Wait, are you playing Helldivers in Japanese or Helldivers 2 in Japanese?
we're gonna let that freeze for a couple of minutes and we'll be right back. Okay. How are we looking? Looks mostly good to me. Mostly good. And we just sort of. What do you mean a normal burger?
Is that my silicone mat?
That is your silicone mat. Kevin gave it to me. He said I could have it.
He says everything tastes bad.
Okay. Fuck! It just disappeared. It looks like soggy toilet paper. John, where did it go? Where did it go? I swear to God there was more beef in that when we started. Where did it go? Why is this full of holes? Where did it go?
Wait, is that actually?
With what?
Was there more?
I don't know. I swear to God, I remember it being bigger than that.
No, it was pretty small.
No, but it wasn't like that. Did we just smash it into the pan?
I watched a few episodes of it. It's just... Talk about something that's inappropriate stuff.
John, where is our burger going? It really just reminds me of the time my dog got run over when I was a kid. How does it taste, though?
Check. Yeah, baby.
Just like McDonald's. Okay. John, I think I made a breakthrough. I ground the beef up in the coffee grinder with egg white and salt. And then I put a blob on the frying pan. And then I squished it down gently and then pulled it off. And so I think that was
like another binder you could use to like make the super thin patty would probably be integrating like breading or potato flakes, honestly. When I was very short on vegan patty one time, I integrated potato flakes and beans, but the potato flakes give it an added consistency. So I was able to like quickly, like remarkably quickly marinate with like more ingredient as well. Which was just like a quick thing I could do to like, you know, add more. Oopsies. I was kind of focused on like my inventory and how I'm out of healing stuff.
what's happening is as the beef
using hair
pulls
as a
itself
binding
together,
agent?
it's
Yeah, that
not
sounds
ripping
based.
itself apart.
Speaking of hair,
That's my theory.
we will play
Our
Bayonetta
first
at some
thin,
point.
good-looking burger patty. It
Or I'll
smells
just play
good,
it offline. We
and
don't
it
know yet.
weighs
It's whatever.
0.022. So that means we started with a little bit more beef. I'm not really sure how much less we can do than that, but I'm sure the scientists over at McDonald's can figure out how to make a significantly thinner patty. This is really not bad at all. Look at that. It's brown, we've got Maillard reaction. It really just looks like a hamburger patty. 2.75 millimeters. Wow, that's astounding. Okay, we're gonna put some of our sauce, very, very thin layer of sauce on there. Look at it, one slice of traditional cheese will now give us 4 burgers. All we need now is the pickle. How are the pickles? We need 1 pickle stat. Whoa! Hey, look at that! Then we just get to pick the thinnest pickle off the plate. Oh, I eat that one. We're gonna throw that pickle on there, and we're gonna throw the bun on top. I think that's some Mamma Mia little hamburger right there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Give me the thinnest pickle over there. That one? Okay. It is 0.73 millimeters.
Oh,
Woo!
under one.
Our previous, the McDonald's pickle thickness, is 4.28 millimeters. That is like 5 times, 6 times thinner. Let's go. Good job, team. And our patty is like what, 2.75? And the McDonald's thinnest patty, 5.75. We're like literally half the thickness of the patty and a sixth the thickness of the pickles. Yeah. That right there, Chris, that's how you make a product. It's less beef, it's less cheese, it's less pickle, it's less sauce, it's less bread, and the customer will have no idea, and they'll be paying more, and then all of us, the shareholders, will be richer. Which cheeseburger do you want to eat?
This one.
Why did you choose that one, Pete? Why do you like that one? Does it look like a better value?
Yeah. But my money could pay please.
Oh, am I sleeping okay? Yeah. What about you?
Is it tasty?
Yeah.
We're gonna be rich.
You haven't even tried it yet. Take a bite. It's yummy. Value. New product coming soon to McDonald's because we, the shareholders, are taking over, Chris. It's our hamburger restaurant now.
Honestly, beautiful production. I mean, super thin food is always a W. Mostly because I like super thin food. Alright, Buck Angel. Buck Angel time. We're gonna listen to Old Man whine. I like when Old Man whinges. It's usually pretty fucking cool. I guess by cool I mean it's heartbreaking, but whatever. Besides, I got told that I'm being transphobic before, so we're doubling down. Let's go.
Every time I post a video that challenges the belief that sex is binary, cisgender people, as well as some transgender people, flood the comment section in outrage.
Okay, just wait.
So I'm a therapist, and I work with a lot of parents with trans kids who want to medically transition. And some of the parents that I work with will withhold gender-affirming care from their kid until they're 18. Because the question that they are fixated on as parents is, what if my kid regrets medically transitioning? But I'm gonna ask you,
everyone is a wet sack of shit until they prove themselves otherwise? Basically, I agree. Personally, I don't mind being a wet sack of shit. It's kind of fun. It's less pressure. Feels better. Oh shit.
you an equally important question that you should also be asking yourself. When your kid comes to you and says, "This is who I am, and this is what I need to feel better,"
then you push back. That's what you do. You push back. What are you First off, thanks so much for joining me today. Thanks for subscribing, liking, commenting, all that. I want to get that over there because can't do this without you. So, this is a trans man therapist, okay? He is so focused on transitioning children. It's crazy. I've been watching this guy. I've put him in a couple of my videos here and there, but I decided I want to do a whole video on this guy because he creeps me out, okay? There's something in, my red flags go up, just like Dr. Dave. Same.
Killing humanoids or dying both increase your madness, while killing feathered beings reduces it. Intensifies should you perish. While at maximum madness, a powerful demon will manifest where you fell. Only by defeating a demon will you be able to reclaim your lost red mercury.
This is a TikTok dude, all over TikTok, begging for money for his lower surgery, begging for money to move out of the...
Maybe try to put clothes back on Nudie Judy? Well, no, because there's no difficulty slider, so the only way to increase the difficulty is not wearing armor. cry less.
United States, which he did. He moved to Spain, but he's still practicing therapy on the internet, and all you can do is see him through a Zoom link, or he doesn't do in person, okay? He actually does have a therapist license.
Yeah, there's no way to make it harder by default, so the only other way you can do it is by, like, not wearing armor. Like, there's no other way to, like, change difficulty in the game, so I had to do this, because there's nothing else I can do. Like, I can pick a weapon that is inefficacious, and I can, like, wear no armor. These are the only ways to alter your difficulty in game.
Because I checked, so he does have...
Yeah, Elden Ring style. Yep. The good old way. When in doubt, make the game suck less yourself. And by suck less, I mean, you know, do the right thing and get good.
That. Does that mean anything in this day and age? Because now you're just an affirming therapist. So for $125, you can see this guy who does all kinds of... Here, I'll tell you exactly what this guy professes to do. He works with... My approach is rooted in the recognition of how larger system impact individual well-being. I specialize in trauma work, draw from EMDR, psychedelic-assisted therapy, internal family systems, Gestalt therapy, somatic therapy.
Wait, Gestalt therapy sounds way too much like we're about to play fucking Replicant time. Y'all want to play Near Replicant? Y'all should do that in your free time. It's a good game that makes you a better person and gives you a better perspective on life by being outstanding. Also, respect to Kaine, who both did and didn't die too early.
And motivational interviewing to help clients reconnect with their own internal wisdom. Let that sink in. Not that I'm against some of it. Some of it I'm okay, but this guy's working with 6-year-olds. He professes to say the minimum age, okay, that he will see is 6 years old. Ages children 6 to 10.
Sorry, if you think Nier sounds pretty meh, you need Jesus. Like, that is all I have got for you, fam. You need Jesus in your life or something. I don't know. You need something. I don't think Jesus can excise the demonic force which has occupied your fucking brainstem on that one. Love and respect for what it's worth. Adore you, fam. Think you're awesome. But, like, Nier is so fun. In Replicant, you can still parry, so it's a good game. That's the big part. At least in Replicant, you have parry still. Once you get to Automata, you can't parry, so it's kind of like meh. But Replicant, you can still parry. Game's good. Nothing else needed. This you can block. I need to parry. Until I can parry, the world's not complete. Parry or die.
Preteen, teen, and adults and elders. What? 6? First off, there's that. Secondly, he's been in practice for like 3 or 4 years, and he's 30 years old. Are you actually going to send your kid to somebody who has barely been in practice, okay? Just because he's transgender himself does not make him an expert on children, just so you know. Okay, and also only that little bit of experience, and now he moved out of the United States, but he's still practicing within the United States. There's just something sketchy about the whole thing, and the fact that he cries and begs for money on TikTok, he's a TikTok therapist. That's what he is.
Yeah, Elden Ring has some room for growth. Like, honestly, my favorite part's the PvP. Honest. Like, that part's golden to me. Fucking love the PvP component. Everything else, I see what you're getting at. Like, I may not understand the whole of it, because I'm kind of fucking dumb. But, yeah, I get you. We could use some more Belden Bing getting better.
So
also, hi. Not hot take. People that are religious about, like, kids transitioning tends to be strange people, and you should ask them to explain other complex things to you, because the answers will be funny. Except that one. That one's just heartbreaking.
So today, I really want to talk about this guy because it really is, and this is all my opinions. Okay, they are my opinions.
What
I'm
the
allowed when you
did they just jump to their death? That's bullshit. Rude. Fucking rude. Nope. Wait. What? I hear them. I see dead people. Oh, they're right there. That's cool, I guess. Good job. And we move.
put your shit on TikTok, buddy, you better be prepared for pushback, especially from elders of the transsexual community. I do not agree with all of the shit this guy talks about. He is fully pushing transness on kids. He is fully guilting out the parents. So let me finish with this next video. I'm a little upset about this guy. He really upsets me. I feel like he has an actual agenda.
I think he just sounds like a word soup person and really isn't worth his time, but true. Sorry, too much latency issue for Elden Ring to have good PvP. Elden Ring doesn't always have bad latency. Elden Ring has bad latency when you play against people in, like, geographically disparate places or that have shitty connections themselves. That part's manageable. Also, the latency just works into good gameplay. Like, you learn to internalize the latency into your moveset, and it's not really that big of a fucking whoop. Get good.
To, transition children.
And they are consistently and persistently expressing this to you. And you tell your kid, I don't think you're old enough to know that. And you have the ability to alleviate.
I mean, I'd tell my kid you're not old enough to pursue that. Like, there's a slight difference there. Even if they know it, the pursuit's not what's gonna happen. Difference.
The suffering that your kid is experiencing, and you are actively withholding that.
Yeah, you are.
What do you think will happen with your relationship to your kid?
My kid will actually thank me later on because I didn't cut their tits off and give them puberty blockers and stunt their growth and let them do something that they should have never done in the first place. That's what they're gonna do, by the way. So you see the shame? The shame that this dude is doing to the parents. Why do you think parents go along with transitioning their children? Because of therapists like this who are guilt tripping them that your child is trans, and every 6-year-old knows who they are. That's what I'm talking about. The dude who moved out of the United.
When I was really little, I thought I wanted to be a paleontologist. Then it was toxicology. Then it was network engineering and security. I've changed what I want to do a lot. I'm pretty cool. I'm still not a paleontologist. But it sounded really cool when I was little. Like, remarkably cool, honestly. Get laid out, brother. Take a nap. Stop it. Go away. Losers.
United States, okay, on everyone else's dime because he did a GoFundMe to fund his actual move to wherever that he moved to Spain, okay? So yeah, sure, dude, we're all on board with you. So just pay attention to the wording this guy talks about, okay? So next one.
It feels ridiculous that I have to come on here and say what I'm about to say because things have gotten to the point where people nitpick my videos so hard, they pick apart every single word that I say.
They should nitpick every word he says.
To the point where it makes me not want to post anymore. It makes me not want to share my experiences with y'all.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't. If you're that much of a little pussy, maybe you shouldn't do it then, okay? So why are you sharing your shit if you can't handle pushback? Are you effing kidding?
Oh, you've never wanted to do anything yourself? That's pretty based, honestly. Keeps you out of the fucking... Like, I'm just saying, like, if you once thought paleontology sounded cool, but then thought, like, fucking toxicology sounded cool, you just saved yourself a lot of runaround, honestly. But you know what you should do? You should keep eating more. Because you already said you're full. Full enough it hurt. So clearly put more in there.
Kidding me? Are you really a therapist? I'm shocked. Anyone can get their therapy. Anyone can get it in a Cracker Jack box. You just can fucking buy Cracker Jacks and pull it out and put it up on the fucking wall. Seriously, that's what this guy... What are you talking about? Why are you posting shit if you can't handle it? Oh my god, man. Are you taking testosterone or are you taking estrogen?
Because it gives me anxiety. It has gotten to the point where I now write out everything that I'm gonna say, and I reread it and reread it, and I am constantly thinking while I'm posting, after I'm posting, is there any way that people could misconstrue what I've said?
Oh my god, you are such a fucking dude. I can't even handle it. I can't. I know I'm being very stereotypical, but what? This is a therapist, you guys. This dude is so out of his mind. Like, wah. Yeah, he just, oh wow. I don't know. There's just something ridiculous. Just effing ridiculous. It gives me anxiety. Yet I'm still gonna post and let everyone talk shit because I can make a TikTok video out of it and make money off of you all. My god, I can't wait till the day this all just fucking crumbles and every single one of you that gave this motherfucker money to move and to get, oh wait, you just wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's just,
Buck is just like rampagingly pissed. Buck Angel pissed off videos, those are some of my favorites on YouTube because it's just like, why'd y'all have to make this man so angry? Like, it's easy not to make him angry, just don't say dumb shit. If made angry, he might, oh, I don't know, fucking wreck somebody. Ooh, I tried to pick something up and I got hit. Ooh, what's this? Loot!
fucking hilarious.
Every time I post a video that challenges the belief that sex is binary, cisgender people as well as some transgender people flood the comment section in outrage. And while I could cite all of the biologists that disagree with this belief, what I'm going to do is let you know how this has and still does personally impact you. Many medications metabolize differently based on hormones and not sex chromosomes.
Yeah, but everyone who reads knows that, like, internal consistency is one done on a gradient with ratio, and that's what you're looking at, and would have the patience to articulate it worth of their own merit, and not just sum it up into sex isn't binary, but would actually talk about how the gradiature of concentration of substance inside of any given individual is contributory to how it impact, how like a thing may impact them long term. But instead, this person's just lazy.
Cis men and women can have wide variations in metabolism,
yeah,
but binary assumptions may lead to overdosing or underdosing.
Oh my god, dude. Don't even try that wordplay, okay? Cisgender people are people. They're males and females, okay? So don't let this dude's little wordplay, little Scrabble wordplay confuse you, because that's what he's trying to do right now. He's trying to confuse you. What happens, dumbass, is that a man and a woman are biologically different. So each person within that place of man and woman, they are individuals. So yes, when you give a woman a estrogen supplement, it's not going to be the same for the next woman or the next woman or the next woman. Okay? Same goes with men. Some men might need a higher rate of testosterone. Some might need a lower rate. It goes the same with transsexual or transgender people. You are a female, buddy. And so your testosterone levels are different than my testosterone levels. It's because we are different.
Yo, we just unlocked nodes. The fucking skill upgrade shit in fucking Falling Feathers looks graphically difficult to look at, but
emails. Oh my god, this is a therapist, by the way.
Doctors may undertreat pain in cis women because of stereotypes that they are oversensitive, which we see very often when it comes to gynecological care. Hormonal ranges can vary drastically across females, but medicine...
But that's just a person thing. That's nothing...
Yeah, Buck's right. That's just a person thing. That's like... Bro, that's like why I whinge at people if they're gonna change their diet. If people come to my chat and they're like, oh golly gee, I wish I could do better at staying vegan. My first words aren't, oh baby, you've got this, just eat plants. It's go to your doctor, get your blood work done. Consistently, constantly. Get your blood work done before, get it done during. Do not fucking quit. Take care of yourself. That's why I always say that shit, because I fucking care. Oh, that's not our friend. That's somebody else. Boop, boop, boop! Get wrecked. Scrub. Not our friend, not our problem. Fuck if I care. Hit me. I dare you. Bitch. Sleep. Good night, sir. Sleep and shit and fuck yourself in the shallows, you fucking and petulant shit clown. No one likes you, that's why you're dead.
To do with being female. Okay, I know a lot of dudes who have less pain tolerance than women. What are you talking about? It's a person to person thing. It's not a woman to woman thing or woman. It's a person thing. This dude makes the most insane arguments. I would
Y'all, don't get mad at me for calling a random NPC in a game a lot of words and telling him to sleep and calling him a shit clown. He had it coming. He's over there, he respawned, he's clearly fine. So I can call him whatever the fuck I want, because bro's dead. Oh, gonna be dead again. Does he give me cool loot if I kill him over and over? He's the only one that's standing like that. I'm gonna kill him. Sir, get your fucking twat over here. I'm gonna reassign you to a fucking corpse. Can I transition this adult into a dead body? Haha, I win.
Destroy this guy in a debate. Straight up face-to-face debate. Destroy. Because everything he's saying is hearsay or what theory. It's queer theory. It's not factual, biological. If biology wasn't real, and you guys have been spitting out this shit for fucking years and years and years, they would have already changed the system. Okay? But they're not gonna change the system and make everything about cisgender and transgender people. Because it's fake. Okay, you're fake. You're a fake man. I'm a fake man. Okay? So when you spew this shit to the rest of the world, and especially to the medical world, you're doing a disservice to actual real transsexual people, by the way. Oh, I'm getting a little bit flustered. I apologize.
No shit.
I know some of you in the comments are like, go get him, Buck.
Today is my 30th birthday. I can't believe that I made it.
My God.
Because there are so many times where I should have died. And I'm so glad that I didn't.
Okay, well, let me just tell you something, therapist. You should keep that off the internet, okay? You are doing therapy for young kids.
I mean, there was this one time where I thought it would be really cool to dangle my feet off of the fucking balcony and like hum the song Bullet by Hollywood Undead, and like my friend was drunk and freaked out and thought I was gonna fall, so he grabbed me by the back and I almost lurched forward. I mean, I guess that could have killed me too, but I'm glad it didn't. When I say balcony, I mean like 20th story, and I was just humming a song that I thought was pretty dope with my headphones in, and this bro was like fucking losing his tits. Like, oh friend, oh no. I'm like, bruh, shut the fuck up. I like this song. This is my jam. It's like weirdos around Hollywood Undead. It's fucking obnoxious. Love the homie. Love him dearly. Hope he's well. Love him immensely. Always hope the best to him. But like, that was definitely grabbing somebody's back when they're like, you know, humming that song, feet literally dangling, needing to like not be thrown off balance, kind of a dickhead move. He's lucky it was me and I have good fucking balance and okay with not like freaking the fuck out on every fucking thing. Like, bro could have really just pushed somebody, like literally fucking roundhouse kicked a person in the ass. Lucky it was me. But anyway, I guess my friend almost fucking iced me that one time. Whatever. He's a good dude. I appreciate and respect him. He's kind of a dumbass, but that's whatever. He's a nice dude. Just kind of dumb. Love him dearly.
And you are saying stuff like that? You are saying, you're basically insinuating that you weren't going to commit suicide. That's what you're insinuating. You are not a professional. That is not professional for you to do that, because it takes 2 seconds to find you on TikTok. If you were...
And yeah, the dude Buck is reacting to did try to insinuate that he was trying to sewer slide. Meanwhile, I'm just over here like, so my friend almost pushed me off a building by accident?
you're gonna be my therapist, I Google your fucking ass, and the first thing that comes up is your TikTok page, by the way. And then you're doing this? What person would ever go to see a therapist like this? Now, I am not shaming him for crying, because I'm a crier too, and I think crying is extremely important, healthy, all that. But
oh yeah, sometimes I have to have a little catharsis cry so I can think. It's really important to me. I do it a lot of the time, honestly. Like, I cry a lot, then I have my think, and then I shut the fuck up and move the fuck on. It's like a really important process for me. Have my cry, have my think, move the fuck on. Who's gonna jump out at me from this? Something's gonna jump out at me. What? Nothing jumped out at me. Ooh, I got a health pill? A health fill? Health file? I got a thing? I'm keeping it. It's mine now. Those two dudes are still there. I don't think they matter. Eh, fuck it. I think we've checked all the nooks and crannies to loot everything. I'm like pretty sure.
But that being said, I'm not presenting myself in a way that says I'm a professional mental health care that can help you. I'm presenting you as a like persona or a person, right? Who's done this for 34 years, not 3 years. Okay. So what? And so that's why I find this guy to be so incredibly unprofessional. He's just telling them that he wanted to off himself. Wow.
I'm
just
so
wow.
lucky. I have the most amazing friends. I didn't think I was gonna cry. I know this is a long shot, but my birthday wish is to be able to pay off a loan that I took out for gender affirming surgery. I took out $11,000, and I need to pay that loan back so that I can then take out another loan to have the final surgery in my transition, which is bottom surgery. And I actually just started.
Should people just not approve loans for cosmetic surgery? Like, I'm just getting this fucking fishy sensation that this person is going to be the fucking linchpin that, like, makes it to where no one gets fucking financial aid for fucking... No one gets loans for fucking cosmetic surgery. I have no idea how it's gonna play out, but this person is making me feel like they are sowing the groundwork, and I just can't help but watch like it's a chaotic fucking minstrel show.
Electrolysis on the area where they're gonna take the skin graft. I need to take out a loan for $55,000. I have about 18,000 followers on Instagram and about 150,000 on TikTok. If everyone sent $1,
this is I know I've showed this video before, but in the context of the thing, can you believe that? Can you actually believe that? How embarrassing. How effing embarrassing. And now he's begging for money. He begged for money to move from here to Spain. Now he's begging for money to get his wiener surgery, which again, young people are seeing this, so he's promoting his personal choice.
Yeah, my stance on this is gonna stay what it is. Like, I don't want to know about strangers' private parts on the internet. So if what they're gonna tell me has any fucking... If I need to know about their private parts to hear what they're about to say, they can shut the fuck up and go the fuck away. I don't want to fucking hear about any of your private parts under any circumstance. I don't give a fuck if you think it's your fucking story. Bro, I'm sure if some random 80-year-old man walked up to me and was like, his dick is his story, he deserves to put the story in me, at least one of you would rally against it. So I like that nice blanket, don't fucking tell me about your fucking genitalia. Don't tell me about your fucking genitalia. I don't fucking want to know. I don't fucking ask. Buck's at least bitching about it, not in a very, like, flowery way, so there's that. But, like, in most people's cases, they fucking seem to conflate, like, having the fucking right to fucking freedom of fucking thought with the ability and liberty to tell me about their sex organs when I really don't want to know about their sex organs. Honestly, if people tell me about their sex organs, I think I should be able to evoke castle doctrine and go medieval on them. with a pole arm. This is a pole arm. This looks like a halberd, but it's actually an axe. What is on this axe? Are little hands on this? What are these tendril-looking things? That's bananas, bro. This axe looks metal. I want one of those in the house. This spear looks like it actually gets work done. You know? This axe looks like it's a problem. Hold on, what's the other axe? The red thingy-madoodle? Let's also change weapons. And let's fuck with the longsword that does paralysis. Let's go. Oh, no. I get crunched once and I'm dead.
Choice of getting the wiener surgery, okay? How do you think that is affecting young people? They're looking at him in this sort of pedestal. I want to get a wiener. That doesn't work. So, no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do this kind of shit when you're a professional. I can't believe you haven't...
Though I'm not full of any degree of hate or fear of a lot of fucking things, I do encourage you to call me trans-Islamophobic. Just tell them that I hate everyone. Fuck it. Because if they're dumb, they'll believe it. If they have like a second grade reading level, they'll believe it. And I'm not saying that I like laughing at people for being dumb, but I like laughing at people for doing dumb shit, which I think is slightly different, and I deserve to be able— I have the right to laugh at dumb people, is about as fucking ambiguous as someone saying they have the right to tell people about their private parts. Except mine is actually based and reasonable.
Lost your license. I'm just kind of blown away. I really am, because I don't think any of this is a professional space. But then again, gender affirmation therapy is the new therapy, so you pay him $125. Oh wait, I'm getting ahead of myself again. Just wait, watch this. It's coming up.
I'm so sorry, y'all, but I am such a crier. I feel like thank you is not a strong enough phrase to express the immense gratitude that I feel right now. So many people have donated. This is like the—
I'm also a huge crier. I cry a lot for a lot of reasons. My favorite thing though is like if I cry while I'm having a very impactful think, it makes it a lot more easy to just have coherent and cohesive thoughts. You know? Like I do good work when I have my little catharsis cry first. If I don't have my catharsis cry, I'm basically like struggling and striving, but it's not whole, right? Like I need to be able to feel my feels, have my catharsis cry, and move the fuck on. It's really big to me. Anyway, so I'm also a crying little bitch, so I'm not complaining that they're a crying little bitch. I'm just pointing out that they're a crying little bitch who's trying to use their crying little bitch-ass tears to justify, like, inappropriate shit towards the youth.
The best birthday present that I've ever gotten.
Okay, there. All you dumbasses donated to his wiener surgery, and it's the best present he ever got. This is I just had to show you that, because people are donating, which is completely mind-blowing to me.
I have had so many trans clients reach out to me asking if I can provide a WPATH assessment despite already having a therapist, because that therapist told them that they don't know how to write a WPATH assessment, they don't feel comfortable, but then provided no referrals and told the client that they have to find someone else that can do it. And what I have to say to that is this.
If they call it hateful, I'm gonna start cackling like a fucking hyena. Hold up. If they're about to say that the fucking therapists are hateful for not being able to write some WPATH assessment, which sounds like it's about to be a pathology report in a Resident Evil game, I'm gonna start laughing so fucking cacklingly hard. I wish that they don't call it hateful, but if they call it hateful and or bigoted, I'm about to cry laughing so fucking hard. I'm gonna have to get up piss before I piss my britches and get some more water so I can hold the piss again.
You are a mental health professional, and you are marketing yourself as being gender affirming, trans allied, competent in providing care to trans people, and you don't know how to write a WPATH letter, then you need to stop marketing yourself that way. And if you're
you need to shut up, okay? Because you're not the only kind of actual gender therapist. By the way, who are you? Mr. I have 3 years of therapy under my belt. There are a lot of therapists who see people. First off, thanks to the therapists who say, I can't help you, I don't know what to do, and thank you for not referring to this motherfucker, okay? So I want to thank you for doing that. Secondly, they're not affirmation therapists, Max, okay? And they can do whatever they want, just like you can, okay? What they're trying to say is that they don't know how to write a fake fucking letter called the WPATH letter, which, as you know, WPATH is a fucking idiotic organization made up of a bunch of crazy people who say this is what all you need is one session and you can be a trans person and get a wiener from your arm. Like, what? That's what the WPATH letter is. So this dude is marketing him and also using that word marketing. Using that word marketing in the context of mental health care is so red flaggy, it's disgusting. He literally admits to marketing himself. Okay? So it's all about that. That's all it is. And he totally says on his website that he writes WPATH letters. These are the letters you need in order to move forward. So who cares? A WPATH letter is basically right here, me writing you this thing that says, yep, you're a tranny because you said you were in 5 minutes and you're 10 years old. That's all it is. You pay $125 to these kinds of therapists, and in one session you get a WPATH letter. What is that? What is that doing? It's basically a chain of money laundering on some level, right? So you go to the therapist, you get the letter, then he refers you to a endocrinologist. The endocrinologist takes that letter, and then they charge you X amount of dollars to take hormones, and then that one refers you to a surgery, and then and you have to write a letter, and then they take the money, and it's just a chain. It's a chain of command with no oversight whatsoever. Go fuck yourself, Max.
Here is something that you may be saying that you might not realize is not only rooted in transphobia, but also...
Oh, holy shit, he actually said that it's rooted in transphobia. I was kind of kidding that I wanted him to say it. I was just talking shit. I thought it would be funny, but now it's not funny. Ah, fuck it. Let him be a fucking fool. Bro, no, he's like that kind of dumbass that calls everything hateful when people are just being people. I couldn't pick my shit up without dying. I need to kite this man away from the door so I can pick up my shit next time without dying.
Also anti-black racism. And that is when you talk...
Oh wow. He said it's rooted in transphobia and anti-black racism. I want him to explain this. But I also don't want him to explain... I want him to shut his whore mouth, but I also want him to explain this. Do you think he's gonna call me hateful and bigoted for saying he has a whore mouth?
Talk about women as being...
Because he should.
...being smaller than men, and men as being bigger than women. And the reason that this is rooted in transphobia is because a lot of trans people, myself included, went through the puberty of our sex assigned at birth.
Dude, you're a chick. So, chicks are innately smaller than men. That's a fact. Of course, there's always an exception to the rule. And here we go.
Yeah, my dad was short as fuck. My mom was tall as fuck. That's a funny exception. Anyway, moving on.
Gonna pretend like he wasn't born female, but he was assigned female. Really? Then why are you changing your sex? Why are you doing that? If you were just assigned, why don't you just say I was assigned male then? Why don't you just make it that easy? Because if you're just assigned, then there's no basis to any of it. You're saying the doctor made a mistake. That's what you're saying. So why don't you just correct the mistake and just say, well, actually, I'm really a man, and not go through all this bullshit. You see, they're so sneaky and fucked up. It's crazy. And no, it is a factual thing. And I can't wait to see why this is racist. Hold on. Just because you're a tiny little 5'3" dude, okay? That's because you're a fucking woman, and women are smaller than men. I'm not 5'3", by the way. I'm 5'8".
Which means that a lot of trans people like me that were assigned female at birth tend to be shorter, have smaller hands, and have smaller feet. And a lot of trans people that were assigned male at birth are taller, have bigger hands, and bigger feet. And the reason that this is
man versus woman
in anti-black racism is because these are also Eurocentric body standards that say that white women are small and fragile and need to be protected, and that black women are bigger, masculine, and aggressive.
What?
And in fact, a lot of...
I never heard that. So you sound kind of racist, and if that's actually a thing, then it's a thing, and it might actually be real. But how does that make it racist? If something is factual, if my phone is an iPhone, okay, but I like really want to have an Android, and I'm like, well, actually, it's an Android. It was a signed iPhone by Apple, but Apple fucked up, and it's really actually an Android. That's how actually stupid you sound. It's literally how stupid you sound. And like it's making shit up. How could anyone ever trust a therapist like this who makes shit up? Oh my God. The racist shit is so, and all over his TikTok is really anti-white. His TikTok is fully anti-white and no, you're white, you're a bad person kind of bullshit.
The National Child Mortality Database recently confirmed, after an attempted government cover-up, that trans youth suicides skyrocketed immediately following a ban on puberty blockers for transgender minors throughout the UK.
Really makes me mad. Really, don't you think we would have been hearing about that? Why would the government hide that? Because they're not anti-kids. The government is not anti-kids. And remember, he just said the UK. I heard nothing about this, ever. If kids were dropping like flies, because he's making it sound like that, because they can't get their medication because you adults fucking brainwash them into thinking they're trans and their whole life is over because they can't get puberty blockers, that's your fault. That is effing your fault as therapists and as trans activists. You fucked these kids' brains up to think that. But let's get back to this side thing and the rate of it. Nope. If anyone could prove me wrong, I need to see. Where are all the dead kids? That is actually so sick that you would even make this a fucking talking point, dude. So you're part of the problem. You are the one who's instilling fear into these young kids that if they don't transition, or you as a parent don't transition your kid, you are killing your child. That's what he's saying. He's literally saying that. I can't watch any more of that because I feel like that's just a bunch of bullshit. Okay, let me just bring you this last one because I suffered through a lot finding this guy. I mean, I could do like hours long on this. I mean, almost every single TikTok is a joke. Every single one, he just says the most insane bullshit, made up, queer theory bullshit.
I do have to piss. I did laugh hard enough that I do have to tinkle, bro.
It is so hard for me to make this video because I already know the kinds of comments that I'm gonna get.
I should definitely not give this person a comment, because if I did, it would probably be something like, do you ever fucking hum the song Bullet by Hollywood Undead?
I need you all to know what it is like for me as a trans man, as a therapist for trans youth, to sit with these kids every week and hear from these kids about how they don't want to be here.
Wow.
Because their dysphoria is that bad.
Wow. Are you sure that's why? It's because of dysphoria? Is it because of you? Is it because of you saying, yeah, I know, it's horrible, the government took away all your medicine, I don't know what you're gonna do, I don't know how you're gonna live? It's you actually putting that into, maybe what you should be trying to do, and I'm not a therapist, but in my opinion, maybe what you should do is say, hey, wait a minute here. Sometimes things take a while. Maybe we need to do X, Y, and Z. Maybe you could just be wearing the clothes. Maybe you don't have to actually do the transition. Maybe you could try to do other things. Maybe you are going on maybe you're having some anxiety about stuff. Maybe you're just hearing things from other kids at school. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But you know, this therapist is not fucking doing that. This therapist is like, I know, it's just horrible. You're gonna kill yourself and die. Like, that's literally what this guy's doing to these kids.
And because they don't have access to gender-affirming medical care, whether it is legislative attacks or their parents will not let them transition until they're 18, and then having these kids ask you to meet with their parents to talk about how not having access to this care is decimating their mental health.
I mean, really, do you think this guy is sound enough to be a therapist? I mean, again, I am not shaming his crime because I believe in crime. I'm shaming his attitude as a therapist. This shit should be private. He should be crying like this in private. He should not be crying like this on TikTok. He feels so he feels destabilizing. He feels unstable. He feels like he's not grounded in his whole spiel. He feels so weak.
He feels fragile. Like if you tell him that he's wrong, he's gonna cry about it instead of be able to hold a dialogue with anyone. That's funny.
And so distraught about trans kids. Now, what therapist does that? What therapist does that? That is actually really, again, a red flag. He's using TikTok to intimidate parents, kids, people, and wonders why people are coming after him. Okay? Literally why people are coming after him is because you're full of shit, dude. And I, as an elder of this community, do not appreciate you pushing this agenda on the world because you are not helping. You are hurting. And you moved out of the United States. You bailed. You effing bailed on the...
This man did kind of go East Bros.
Trans community. I stayed. Okay? I fucking stayed here to help rebuild a community that needs rebuilding. But you bailed to Spain and continue to do therapy on telemarketing bullshit. You're not even having a personal, one-to-one, human experience with your clients, with your 6-year-olds. You're doing it on Zoom. Don't you also find that a little disturbing? My kid will not be going to a Zoom meeting with a therapist. My kid, it's not COVID anymore. My kid will be going into the office to sit with you, to have a human interaction. So what are we doing when we let people like this become affirming therapists and continue to roll out the bullshit about what trans kids are and that shaming parents into saying that, again, he's just saying it in a roundabout way. If you don't do this, your kid will off themselves kind of bullshit, which is, as we know, bullshit, and then pasting stuff. The rate of went up in kids. No, it didn't. We'd be hearing about it more. We'd literally be hearing about it. What's going to happen, and let me remind you, little Max, let me remind you, buddy, it's going to go up with detransitioners. Please God, I hope it doesn't. But if anywhere it's going to go up with those. Because of people like you talking these young people into doing something they never should be doing. So with that, thank you for sitting with me today. Thank you for coming to my channel. Thank you for helping me get these videos out there. I have a full-on different perspective of what's going on in the trans community. And I will continue to bring and show you that they are scary, they are manipulative, they are lying, and they are deceitful. And no child should be put in a medicalized space like that, ever. Unless they're like dying of cancer or something. But these kids have mental health problems that do not have physical.
Hey, the game is right. I should have Skyborn Swift slashed to likely land that attack, and that was pretty dumb of me. Also, I should have been paying more attention to my game. What the fuck just happened?
Health problems. Know the difference. Let's help these kids and get crappy therapists out of here and bring back real therapy. That's how we're going to win this, and that's how we're going to help these young people move forward and be the best adult and person they can be. So thanks again. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys all on the next one.
Oh, I thought I paused my game. Give me a sec, I just have to reload. Okay, you're coming with me. We're locking in. I even have armor on. We're ditching the armor. We're going in reasonably again. We set the difficulty by not wearing armor. We're gonna keep it. I just thought I could learn something. But honestly, I learned more from Mr. Buck Angel than I did from this. This whole little foray into armor. What's this one? It says delicate. Is it cool looking? Nah, it's kind of dumb looking. What's this hairpin do? Oh, it gives me mitigation? Fuck that hairpin. It looked cool, but fuck it. Weeball. I needed that. I wanted to restart. I was looking for a fast way, kind of like, what is it? Was it Final Fantasy Rebirth where you can quick restart? I think it was that, because you just, like, smash escape. It's one game I was playing recent. Was it Stellar Blade? I don't remember. There was a game I've been playing recently where you can just, like, smash escape and reload. Also, I've gotta pee. This is also my chance to see how much mitigation actually gives us, which is also pretty fun. Is it really just like a raw numerical modifier? Hold on. No, I'm like legitimately curious about the system now. Like, it hit. I've now become curious. Is this the same? Which, that's not the one we had on. We had on like a really baller set. Okay, hold on. Let's contrast. Draconic Resurgence seems like it's the one that like provides the most. So it should, or Forged Iron also. Okay, I think there's like more of this. Does it have a headpiece too? We're gonna do some really, really lazy shit tier math. I was stuck in an animation that whole time, or I was out of stamina. I couldn't really tell. Either way, the point being, I couldn't move. I was trying to nudge the button. I didn't look down to see if it was stamina or not, honestly. I just wasn't paying attention enough. I was stuck in silly thoughts like, should I swap back to the full armor? They're gonna race at us? Oh, no, they're not. Y'all, my camera froze again, and I have to tinkle. I'm so sorry, but I have to tinkle. So I'll be just a sec. I have to potty. I'll fix the camera. Oh, it fixed itself. That's good. Is OBS shredding frames?
This is why I'm watching!
Pegged with a prosthetic. Sometimes people just want to be pegged with a prosthetic. Pegged with a prosthetic. Pegged with a prosthetic. Okay.
Vern Peterson says,
I'll be right back. Sometimes people just want to be pegged with a prosthetic. Pegged with a prosthetic. Want to be pegged with a prosthetic. Like, want to be pegged, want to be pegged. Sometimes people just want to be pegged with a prosthetic. Sometimes people just want to be prosthetic. Like, prosthetic. Sometimes people just want to be
that women tend to score far higher on agreeableness than men do.
Sometimes people just want to be pegged with a prosthetic. Sometimes people just want to be pegged with a prosthetic.
Either it's me, or he doesn't know what he's talking about. Vern Peterson says he doesn't know what he's talking about. That women tend to score far higher on agreeableness than men do.
People just want to be pegged with a prosthetic.
Talk about the allegations!
Sometimes people just want to be pegged with a prosthetic. Like,
either it's me, or he doesn't know what he's talking about. Vern Peterson says that women tend to score far higher on agreeableness than men do.
Sometimes people just want to be pegged with a prosthetic. Like, sometimes people just want to
talk about the allegations!
Pegged with a prosthetic.
All of those people die.
Jack Doherty.
Ian Foot is on a tear.
Use their fucking brains.
Jack
They
Doherty.
don't think. They don't prepare. They're not boys.
Confidence and competence are different.
Confidence. You have to be prepared.
No, they
Just
can be
go there.
confident and underprepared.
Be bold.
They don't have competence.
Because
It's
you just
competence
roll
they
with the
lack,
fucking
it's
dice.
confidence they possess.
And you could say
So-
that there's courage in it.
No, I can say they
that
feel
there's courage
confident.
in it.
They can say they're ignorant,
But you can only say there's
so they do not
courage
have
in it.
competence. They have awareness enough to pantomime about,
They're doing it
but they don't have competence.
for someone else.
They do have
So to speak.
confidence. What?
I have to protect my wife and child.
I have to protect you, apparently.
I am going to be courageous and fight.
You can be courageous from
You are
ignorance,
here to
not
rape
competence.
my
You don't
wife
need
and slave my
to be
child,
competent
and
to
I'm going to fight you.
cancel my
I don't
about.
know if I'm going to win, but I'm going to show courage, and I'm willing to sacrifice myself, and I'm willing to die for them. I am not confident.
You're
I am
content.
not confident. I'm not in my castle.
I have
If
noodles
was in
on my desk.
Castle,
I'm winning.
on my land, surrounded by my walls, surrounded by a moat that's filled with alligators and guarded by machine guns.
You're content.
Drones flying
I'm
overhead,
contrite.
and laser
He
beams
is
shoot down
confident
satellites in the
that he
sky.
can assess
Then
with competence,
in my ability
confidence,
to protect my wife and
yet
child.
his incompetence
I would have
to
confidence.
competently assess confidence.
Walking down the street.
He does so with a boundfulness of confidence. Do you hear the confidence in this man's
And
voice
I'm walking down the street with confidence.
as he displays a lack of competence?
I don't have any confidence.
And thusly, I am contrite, and you are content.
I can say, get behind me, my wife. Get behind me, my son.
I have to protect this man, apparently. Not literally,
my
but
child,
like,
and run to the car.
I would white knight this man if I bumped
I'm
into
going
him.
to stand against these people.
Based?
I'm sorry?
Based and red pilled? It's based and red pilled. Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Oh, it's like that's dope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I am contrite. I do feel fucking guilt. I don't know what else to say
And then I
here.
will run. That's courage and self-sacrifice. Confidence comes from being prepared. And people that tell you that confidence comes from inside you,
It's an imagined state. It's how they feel, honey.
trust those people at all.
It's how they feel.
Trust them.
They can be confident and incompetent. It is very... Honey, you edited and uploaded this confidently, but you don't have the competence to make the assessment appropriately. No, that's the thing. That's the fucking thing. No, 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 no. No, no fucking no. This is perfect example number 1. He is confident that he is competent to assess. Confidence means in that context, he is incompetent.
I brought back
at
hummus
assessing
'cause I was
what
raised right.
confidence means, yet he says so confidently, and he is incorrect.
That's dope.
I have good timing.
That's all, folks.
AFK tent was over.
You know the 11th commandment. Thou shalt be ashamed of thy natural anatomy.
Right? Hold on. I need to look at the front page of YouTube, because as much as I wants to watch the Turkey Tom fucking Nina Lynn nonsense, I have to look at the fucking home page of YouTube and see how fucking depraved it is. Disgusting and belongs in jail. Painfully unfunny Hawktua girl in the Hawktua meme. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be beautiful. Oh no. Well, wait. Atozi and legal mindset, Johnny Smiley, South Korea, court case, science, court source talk. Oh yeah, that is going to be happening. Les is going to be interviewing, and rather, interviewing, debating, what have you, the person who's been, talking to everyone involved in Johnny's nonsense. As the best way to put it, write the check, Aiden? Sorry, I misread this as admin, and I'm like, wait, administrator? Oh hey, Inzoi. We like that game here. It's a good game. Denuvu, the real reason non-pirate hates it. Oh, the performance boost from Denuvu? Yeah. I mean, honestly, or from getting rid of a lot of anti-cheat shit? Totally. Honestly, that's the thing, like, a lot of anti-cheat shit, like, calls itself at the weirdest, most stupid times, and results in some, like, egregious bullshit no one really needs, like extra performance loss, because every time you walk in a game as a horrible example, shit gets called. Onion Boy wrote a book and it's terrible. Onision for the fucking lose. Anyways, you're the Ram War and the winner is no one expected by Anastasia and Tech. That sounds like my kind of tent. I don't know if I'll watch it on stream, but that is definitely my kind of bullshit. Let's see if there's any new Fanky Frey though. Hey there, how you doing today, homie? I'm just seeing if she's uploaded anything since the soy jack thing. Like, the soy jack disambiguation from hell was absolutely glorious. Nope, nothing. Nothing else. Lame. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. Creepcast has been absolutely astonishing. Wait, woman tries to assassinate a cop, driving her to jail? The thumbnail is iconic. Hey, at least she's got good trigger control. She doesn't have her finger on the trigger while it's still pointed at her crotch. I mean, there's a W there, I guess. Hypervisor bypass setup, Windows, Stellar Blade, go boom. Make Stellar Blade run faster? Lol, what? Yes, please. Like, no hate. Just like, honestly, if that game could run even better, that would kind of be astonishing. I can't see their stats. I'm not really that interested, but I'm kind of... It already runs fairly fast for me, but I still wouldn't mind, like, you know, edging out more performance. If there's a nice, like, you know, way, I'll do it. Wait. The Losers of the Manosphere? Cavicular Sneeko and Nick Fuentes? Is Nick Fuentes a Manosphere person? I have no clue. I just know that it sounds like he'd probably be fun to have dinner with, because he, like, talks a lot of shit and I talk a lot of shit. I don't really read much into shit talk. I just kind of talk shit. I'm kind of cool like that. Yo. Oh my gosh, I remember this. Yo. Hold on, what else have they been doing? That's bananas. Sorry, speedrun tech is like, I don't speedrun, but damn do I enjoy it. Yes.
Time to grab the data and get out.
Timestamping.
Resident Evil has gone through a hefty amount of evolution over the course of 30 years, with 25 plus individual releases, soon to be 30. The gameplay formula that we were so familiar with in the late 90s.
I lost my obsidian briefly. I found it, y'all. I found it, my dudes. There, that's close enough, right? Good enough.
90s and early 2000s has been both majorly changed and faithfully recycled. Players who are already somewhat experienced with the series will have a good idea of what it has to offer. But what if I told you that even the people who have played every game multiple times will most likely not know what's hiding under the hood? Allow me to share the many amazing discoveries that have been made by various players in and outside of the speedrunning scene to further understand how the Resident Evil games work, how they sometimes don't work, how they are broken, and how they are unbreakable. Since the mid-2000s, speedrunners have submitted their Resident Evil speedruns to Speed Demo's archives, posting runs of almost every game that had released before the implementation of Speedrunner.com in 2013. While a lot of those runs were pretty straightforward, there was still a deep knowledge of the game's display, which showed great promise of larger discoveries and optimizations if more people got involved. That is certainly what happened, and the best examples to start with are from the original Resident Evil 4.
Resident Evil 4.
A trick in this game that a ton of people already know about is the Ditman glitch. Ditman is activated by pressing the aim button with the strike.
I don't play Resident Evil, so I actually don't know any of their shit, and I'm not a speedrunner. But I love hanging out with our challenge run homies.
Like a shotgun equipped, and immediately going into the inventory to equip either a different weapon or a holdable item.
And I learned a lot of really cool stuff from them that applies to just like runs in general, not just fucking challenge runs.
Like a grenade or an egg. This will increase Leon's movement and interaction speed by 1.4 times. But it is cancelled by many things. Opening doors, getting...
Like, I think my favorite one's honestly the new Londo Ruins thing. Like, just sniping dude off of the building to not waste time going through it in its entirety. Such a absolute W. Like, Dark Souls runs got much more chaotic and fun. For somebody that plays every so often, like, you know, I found Dark Souls first. And then I fell in love. After Elden and then Sekiro, then it was all that was
damaged, getting stunned, re-aiming with the striker, climbing specific ladders, healing, certain cutscene triggers, and a lot of other specific interactions. Despite that long list, Ditman is incredibly useful when it's used to its full potential and has led to many interesting discoveries. Here are a few that you may not know about. Did you know that you can simply not fight Salazar? By playing the game at 30 frames per second, activating Ditman, and using the jump down prompt in this very specific spot, Leon will begin to airwalk. From there, you can simply run to the exit. Yeah, that's right, you can subject Salazar to death by boredom as you leave him stuck to the walls of that awful boss arena. What's even more funny about this trick is that by re-entering the boss arena, he has not only had his pride beaten into submission, but he still hands over his allowance as if you did kill him. While this may be my favorite trick in the game, it is certainly a lot harder and less accessible than a few of the other discoveries. One that's more well known and pretty easy to do is the El Gigante skip in the castle. Bingus and Bongus over here have been ordered to throw you around this blazing hot room, but Leon has newfound abilities. By activating Ditman and using the zipline twice, Leon will be sent through the wall next to the lever. From here, you can exit the area entirely, but it is quite enjoyable to watch them stand around in utter disappointment in their inability to phase through walls. Next up, the minecart skip. Activating Ditman, equipping a two-handed weapon specifically, and using the jump down prompt in this exact spot will allow you to hold up and left to clip through the floor of the minecart. While out of bounds, you can technically run to the exit, but you can also do the minecart as usual, just on foot, instead of in the cart. These are both pretty easy in the grand scheme of things and very accessible. Just about anyone can pick up the game and perform both of them. However, the next one is quite literally impossible. It also serves as the first example of how even a game as broken as RE4 can have its barriers. Chimera Wall Skip. Many years ago, a bounty was set up where a chunk of cash would be rewarded to anyone who could find a way of getting Leon and Ashley past the Chimera Wall in the main hall of the castle without cheating. The reason being is that the game surprisingly functions normally even though you haven't completed chapters 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, or 3-4. In fact, Ashley never fell into that trap, you never witnessed Lewis's unfortunate fate, and you never completed any of the stuff in the eastern part of the castle. Yet, Leon and Ashley using the rail car is not locked behind any triggers in those areas. The game simply thinks you've completed it all, and it allows you to finish chapter 4-1 while technically still being in chapter 3-1. But there's something even more interesting about this bit of knowledge in a different version of this game, Resident Evil 4 VR.
Who are you gonna protect like that?
In the VR version, speedrunners utilize a skip after Waterhall to effectively skip ending 3-1 normally, and instead access the door upstairs. This not only skips a portion of the castle, but it also brings Ashley with you to those next few chapters where she usually isn't present. The result is that the game's behavior changes quite a bit, with enemies being confused at who to prioritize, and even despawning some of them at the maze and bridge room before she is magically teleported into the trap in 3-4. If you want to learn even more about the VR version's unique speedrun skips and tech, I did make a video about my friend Hippo who found a lot of the stuff in that run. Now here's a few fun things about being able to go out of bounds that aren't...
That is a beautiful title to their video. The speedrunner who overcame horror? That's beautiful.
Speedrun related, but simply found by speedrunners, and are various things that you can find that developers didn't delete in the game. An example being Ada's shotgun in the merchant's area on the lake. It may look like Ada's shotgun from the outside, but it does turn into the normal shotgun after being placed in the attaché case. Still pretty cool though. Not only that, but there's a lesser known fact about Leon's character model. By running against specific walls out of bounds, you can raise or lower Leon's position. If you set up Leon's waist at the perfect height with the floor, his legs start to do some really freaky stuff. Leon is a pretty boy, and flexible. Last thing that I want to mention for RE4 that you may not know. The firing range is a warp hub. Entering any firing range and going out of bounds reveals a series of doors that can connect you to every other firing range in the game. This means that if you truly wanted to be a big old cheaty McCheater face, you could do every firing range at once and acquire a ton of cash early on, or, simply warp from 3-1 all the way to 5-3 and just go beat the game.
Sounds like a great idea.
How about we take a look at some of the classic Resident Evil games though? The original, that started it all in 1996. It has a pretty big trick that most people have never seen. It allows you to kill Jan in the piano room without starting the fight at all. Jan originally enters the fight by slithering through the fireplace, but she just so happens to be waiting out of bounds for the player to activate the fight. Funny enough, the left corner of the fireplace seems to not be fully hiding her hitbox. With a precise setup, you can aim the grenade launcher in that corner and kill Jan while she's still out of the arena. And to go along with that, another trick in the game is conveniently shown right at the end of that Jan fight. Opening the menu after shooting or knifing will cancel the end of the animation. That will give Jill or Chris a chance to either move or attack sooner than they originally would out of the animation. Knifing enemies is usually a last resort, but this trick makes it so much more viable in a tight situation. You'll often see this trick in a standard speedrun via the last shot of the grenade launcher in Jill's route. Speaking of shooting, the original Resident Evil 3 also has a bit of tech behind firing guns, which is simply called quick shooting. Runners most notably take advantage of this while fighting the worm boss with the grenade launcher. By holding the shoot button and mashing the aim button, you can fire shots in succession faster than you would by holding aim and mashing shoot. This is what makes the one-cycle worm strategy possible, where he doesn't burrow under the ground at all. Speaking of quick shooting, Resident Evil Remake. Yeah, the 2002 remake also has a method of firing shots faster than normal in multiple different ways. For the handguns, you have to perfectly time stringing together shots in order to quick shoot. It is a surprisingly difficult bit of tech to pull off, but with some practice, it can speed up killing zombies by up to 3 times. With that said, all other guns have a much easier form of quick shooting, and also supply a much higher DPS than anything that the handgun quick shots can pull off. Every time you shoot the basic shotgun, grenade launcher, or magnum, the animation after you've shot is super slow. Canceling it by moving and re-aiming is much faster, similar to the original game's pause tech. While you could apply this to basically any enemy in the game, it's mostly used for boss fights. While quick shooting is pretty cool and shows up in various titles throughout the series, Resident Evil Remake does have one mechanic that is extremely unique to just the remake. And that is what we call stair skating. Oh, Maxie, I know what stair skating is. I've watched Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake speedruns. I know that one. No.
Actually, I haven't watched any of the fucking reruns.
No, you don't. Because in 2 and 3 remake, those are what we call baby skates. That's what we're gonna call those from now on. Those are baby skates for big babies. I'm sorry, that was kind of uncalled for. Anyways, stair skating is a wacky but cool bit of movement tech. By holding up on the D-pad to move forward with tank controls, and then mashing the run button, you can accomplish a very quick method of traversing stairs. It's pretty hard to mash quickly enough to take full advantage of its potential, but fortunately, you can just bind the run button to something like the right analog stick. It's way easier on the hands, and it's much more effective. Results look like this. Pretty silly, huh? One last thing about the remake that I want to mention is that you don't have to kill Neptune. Originally, the game would have you electrocute Neptune to death and acquire the key that way. It's completely optional. If you simply hold right on the analog stick to sharply turn left after dropping down, you'll successfully dodge Neptune's attack and you'll pick up the key. You can then leave and never bother her again. Although you've drained the water, so you've probably already upset her enough. You know, that reminds me, another creature you can upset is the Scorpion in Resident Evil 0, which can be skipped by lowering the frame rate to 30 and timing an item pickup with the Scorpion's charge attack. If performed correctly, you'll clip behind her. From here, you can just simply leave, or taunt her, whatever you feel like doing. She'll be pretty upset about it, but I mean, you're going to crash the train anyways, like 10 minutes later, so she's probably going to be more upset about that anyway. It's fine, don't worry about it. You know, on the topic of being an upset creature, I'm going to talk about the other remakes really quickly. No, I don't dislike the remakes. But Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 all have strange implementations of a hidden mechanic that we call difficulty adjustment, or dynamic difficulty. I made an entire video discussing this particular mechanic and how it can make or break various parts of a playthrough. If you're interested, watch that and be amazed at how broken it can become. But there are quite a few things that can happen that I didn't mention in that video. A perfect example of one you definitely don't know is in Resident Evil 7, where the DA system's actually made very well, but there's a weird change that occurs if you achieve a DA ranking of a 0. When Marguerite throws you down into a hole before opening the crow door, you're subjected to her bugs until you defeat her. The problem is you need ammo, and let's say you somehow either don't have any, or you're trying a knife-only run. Well, waiting out a normal fight against her results in an entire 5 minutes of mental anguish. However, if you purposefully take a ton of damage to the bug nests and die to achieve a rank 0 before entering the fight, you only have to wait around 2 minutes? This is such a mystery to me because I have no idea why the devs would even change this based on DA ranking. It's almost as if there isn't a timer. It's more of like an...
Y'all, as someone who's never played Resident Evil, it's looking more alluring every second. Because it's break funny. I like a good breaking game. If the game breaks in interesting and funny ways, I'm all for it. If it breaks in lame ways, I can care less. But I still could barely care less. It's negligible how little I could care. But if it breaks in funny ways, I'm all for it, and I think it's amazing and dope, and I can't really get enough of it. I'm still waiting for this game to break in interesting ways, but the combat's fine. I wouldn't say it's outstanding for me, but I'd say that it is pretty darn fine. No difficulty slider. The difficulty slider is taking off the armor. I added it on for the boss, yes. I was very confused. I didn't expect to win. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of at the end did, but I just didn't expect it to happen at all, honestly. The door is not that one. Where's the door again? It's not that one. Can I just avoid them? Is it this one? I think it's this one. Are they behind me? They're about to be. It's very Dark Soulsian with the inputs. That's kind of nice. Because like everything else I'm playing right now, it has the near, I guess, DMC still haven't touched it inputs. And so this is just a nice return to like, it maps differently in my little brain box. Oh, this is the one with the kick. No crap, it has blink kick on it. It's like you think I could be clever enough to notice this. So all these are blink kick. This one has paralysis. I'll keep the abs.
ああ、見事な身のこなし。目の前に来ても気づかなかった。その格好を見る限り町の人間ではないな。その格好を見る限り町の人間ではないな。俺の名前は年最長、年様とでも呼んでくれ。俺はこの辺りのことをよく知っている。わからないことがあれば遠慮せずに聞いてくれ。あそこの小屋には 壺を頭にかぶった子供がいる。この前も全員の坊主がその子を探しに来たが、裏があることをすぐに見破って追い返してやったのさ。坊さんは盗みや殺しはしないだろう。みんなに止められなければ全員焼き払ってやってたさ。そういえば全員の裏にあるエリュー浜で火事があったらしい。すっかり焼けてしまって今は通れなくなっている。エリュー浜へ行くなら他の道を探した方がいい。そういえばあなたはなぜここに？食王子の採取は医術に通じていて、上の方には珍しい品も宝には興味ないけど、できれば俺は友を治せる薬を探したい。俺の友は人食いのあやかしに噛まれて以来床に伏せているんだ。探しに行ったはいいものの、そこには官兵がいて説明する間もなく追い出されたのさ。どいつもこいつもおっかない連中だから、誰も近寄らないよう毎日ここを守ってるんだ。侠客さん、食王子の噂は教えてあげたから、俺の代わりに丹薬を探しに行ってくれないか。侠客さんの腕があれば全く問題ないだろう。恩に着る。友の分も俺から感謝する。そうだ、これを渡しておく。敵にかなわなければ使ってみてくれ。これを鳴らしたら俺がすぐに助太刀に向かおう。
Ooh, we unlocked a new thingy. We can do well met now. Ooh, I can equip a bone whistle. I'm gonna do it. I don't think I'm gonna use this man's time. Oh, we have items galore. Okay, what works forever? Like, what's a reusable? What recharges itself? Returns to the location where you last entered the dream while also empowering you? Based, I guess. I guess this is only one use. Fire pot sounds cool. Cornucopia elixir, nice. Mind lotus. Burn, burn, burn. Burn. Fixed origin. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Special. Restores health over time. Based. Is this what I'm looking for? No, that just means it's equipped. Stimulates for avian blood, thereby imbuing your weapon with greater power. Well, I can't easily identify what's reusable, and there's no sorting for reusable items, so I guess that sucks. But whatever. Screw it. I'm gonna take the flying daggers, also, because I can. It doesn't have the very Dark Soulsian keybind where you can just like hold up and it will, or hold the item transition item button and it just like snaps you back to number 1 in the list. That's like always a W to have, but we don't, so whatever. Can't chop the door down either. Lame. Whatever. Hey kid. I can draw a circle now? Base. Does this kid look like they probably have feathers over their whole face? Like, I'm wagering they have feathers over their whole face because they've like securely fastened a jar to their head. And that's like the— oh, oops, sorry, I broke your brothers and sisters. Whoops. That's like the only thing I can imagine's going on so far. Oops. We're dead. Oh, we're so dead. The knives are slow to use. Like, I don't know what causes the— never mind, it is pretty quick. I thought it was like delayed by something, but I guess I'm just bad. We're about to get ambushed from behind.
An invisible health bar that's ticking down, but speedrunners of various RE games use something called an SRT to track stuff like enemy health. And there's no health bar. I don't know. I guess we'll never know why this fight works like this until a developer explains, which will most likely be never. Resident Evil 7, for the most part, is very well put together, minus one thing that was found almost immediately after the game's release, and was never patched. The Jack out of bounds. If Jack grabs you from behind while facing the wall on the main staircase in this exact spot, he will push you through the wall. From here you can reach a lot of different places and attempt to do various sections completely out of order. Unfortunately, almost all of it leads to soft locking, and lifting or lowering Ethan's height can also be kind of tricky. Now, there are consistent ways of lifting and lowering that the community have found, so here's a list of things you could do if the game would let you. You could enter the barn fight, you could do Lucas's jigsaw puzzle, and you could even enter Jack's final fight. It would all technically be possible since you can pick up the crank from out of bounds. Even though none of this is possible, you can pick up a lot of things like the crank as long as you reach it without clipping back in bounds or soft locking. You can shoot the bobbleheads, you can pick up weapons early, hell, you can even have Jack follow you out of oh my god, please. This out of bounds is currently used in speedruns to acquire various items early before fighting Jack 2. And I highly suggest watching the entire sequence in the current world records for Easy and Madhouse. Funny enough, even though Resident Evil Village is held together even better than RE7, they somehow missed one huge vital trigger in the castle area, and it's the only thing in the game that is technically a skip. In the unpatched version of Village, you can clip Ethan through walls by lining him up precisely with doors and throwing a pipe bomb. This will cause the animation of him being blown back to clip him through where the door connects to the wall. This one is perfect for this, as it's the nearest one in the castle that allows you to get to the coffin. Yep, that's right, we're running through the void, past Darth Duke, right to the Lady D fight trigger. The only reason why any of this is possible is because the flag in the progression system for the Lady D fight isn't initiated by the puzzle being—
I didn't try to stab him, that was the most accidental misclick ever. Oops.
Solved. It isn't even the masks being retrieved. The only reason why you need to progress the castle at all after the first daughter fight is because a later section of the game requires you to have the Iron Insignia key, which is locked behind the piano puzzle. As cool as the skip is, all of the other out-of-bounds theories were swiftly put to rest by a ton of flags in the progression system that prevented the game from even loading certain sections of the map. So this, along with a couple of other little ones in the run that don't really skip anything, they just save a bit of time. Yeah, that's it for Village. It's pretty well put together. It's practically unbreakable except for this one small flag in the system that they missed. Despite those things I just mentioned, I do think that 7 and Village serve as perfect examples of games that aren't necessarily very breakable. Sure, there's a couple of skips and exploits, but in theory, if the game wasn't made as well as it was, you'd be able to take those skips and not just skip a couple minutes of the game, you'd be able to skip like half of it. So I think it's pretty rock solid. I wish I could say that about the next game I'm about to talk about. It's RE4, the remake. How does every single version of RE4 just get broken to bits? Like, what is this curse? This is a game where you can clip through doors and various walls with things—
Do I have, like, artichokes for weapons now? Okay, an artichoke weapon is absolutely terrifying. Just imagine an artichoke being able to open up and eat you. That's, like, kinda fucking dope. How hard is this compared to Elden? I mean, it's early game, and we haven't hit anything that's like hitting a Tree Sentinel early game. Honestly, I don't know if I'll be able to answer that for a few days, because like there's a lot of stuff we haven't seen and we're just in the early parts of the game. Also, it not being open world means I can't just like break off out of the story and go explore to find out. At least I don't think so. It looks very linear so far. Like, I don't know. It's kind of punishing when you don't dodge. So, you know, well, you saw, I'd get like rocked in like, yeah, linear meh. Yup. Basically a big old linear meh. But it's like kind of fun so far. I'm not as enthralled as I have been with like Ghost of Tsushima, which is like not just open world. It's on rails, yes, Ghost of Tsushima, but it's like, it's on rails to the extent where you can just skip or go for everything. This is a very good Soulsborn Sunday run, in that, like, you know, it's a nice contrast to what we've been doing, and it's like a nice little foray into something that's like, you know, kind of what you'd expect. It's like on-rails dungeons in GOT, as opposed to this is like, if it is on-rails dungeons, we still haven't opened up a lot of it. So, I'm gonna go down? Down and across? Like, mechanically though, like, it is punishing when you don't actually dodge. Attack windows are oftentimes, so far, a little deceptive and require at least some consideration. Combos are consistent between the mobs we've seen so far. The best way to jack the difficulty down is indeed just like take your armor off and run at people, see what happens. I don't know. It's alright, like I'm not mad at it. I've wanted to play it for a while. I heard a lot of folks griping that it got patched early to remove some difficulty and removed the ability to like kill random people. I don't know how I'd feel about the unpatched. I know that we could easily just remove the patching. I just haven't. Oh, and there's stuff like that that's like graphically deceptive. Like, are you going to get yipped? I need to restart my camera, or I need to unplug, replug it, not restart. Are you going to get like decimated for touching what you think looks like a safe place to traverse, but it turns out that the fire is going to kill you? I don't know. Like, it's a whole different ballgame than Elden at that, too. So, like, we can't forget that part. You know? My power increases, but my damage taken does, too. Woot. I don't know. It's pretty fun. I'm not complaining. Like, am I kind of craving Ghost of Tsushima again? Yes. But is this a nice little trip where you don't die in one hit? Totally. Bamboo shoot. Yes! I don't know, man. It's pretty okay. Like, if I had to recommend either this or Ghost of Tsushima, I definitely recommend Ghost of Tsushima so far. We're still gonna try Ghost of Yokai at some point. But, like, that's just early game. I haven't been in this nearly as long, and I'm probably just biasing towards something samey already. I don't know. We'll see. I am beating people up with artichokes. Little holy artichokes. So that's cool. In Steelcraft, you fast forwarded through all the dialogues. Yeah, I haven't tried to see like how much I can skip in this one either. That would be pretty cool to check. They're like downstairs breaking stuff, possibly each other. I have no clue the depth of this. Oh, somebody's got a sword. Is there a hole I can fall through? What is this, Dark Souls 3? Can I jump through a hole in the ground and unlock a whole new world of hurt? That is a door. That is indeed a door. Hey there. Hey there, mister. Mister. So they're going this way, and I guess they're right. I trust them to show me how to get to them so I can behead them. No, never mind. They aren't showing me the path. they're just being brats. And I can't wall clip them, so that sucks. Hey there, how are you? Oh, Elden Ring and some fantastic cutscenes to make you get some of the lore. Honestly, the combat makes me care about the story. I'll tend to like skip cutscenes if the game's combat doesn't keep me. And like, you know, oops, we'll live a little. We'll live by a little. So, I don't know, it's fine. Again, I like the game so far, but I just, like, seemingly, I bias towards, like, Ghost of Tsushima so far. I don't know, it's pretty solid. You like when the guy cuts his arm off? Dew plants on the dragon's head? Right? I don't know, like, if I had to, like, go for, like, a really good scene of a game, honestly, yes. So here's the thing, right? Like, I ended up playing this because, like, honestly, I've just, ever since Sekiro, I've been on the quest for a game with combat nearly that good. And, like, I think I'm just waiting for Yui to drop the, like, Sekiro Online mod so I can go kill my fellow, like, I don't know, assholes. And, like, I don't know, the start of it was, like, pretty cool. I was getting, like, rocked constantly. How's your day going, Goosey? I was getting, like, rocked constantly, so that was pretty nice. But as we progress and we get our spacing down, the game kind of, like, normalizes out pretty nicely. I don't know, it's pretty cool. I like it. Got no complaint. Like, is it a little bit, like... Oh, hi, you. Is it a little bit, like... I thought they were stuck enough that I was just gonna walk away. I was kind of excited. And like, I don't know, in good news, no difficulty slider. It was a little bit with the, like, the set of armor at the start, so, you know, just stop wearing armor, difficulty goes up. Game is GG. I don't know, it's nice. Like, it works out nicely.
We call interaction clips, quick save clips, forward door clips, and rifle clips. These all enable speedrunners and challenge runners to completely skip.
The game's so far really fun. Glad to see, like, honestly, thank you for the outstanding stuff you do. I hope less stuff is going pretty well. I am lost. I have become lost. Oh wait, I just realized these are like the same set. That's pretty tight. Okay, switching back to the axe for the nice jar woman, because that is gonna make this go a lot faster. I've more than likely missed a save spot. The birds are oftentimes by a save, so I've more than likely definitely missed a better one, a more forward one. That's like whatever. We got Resident Evil, like, speedrunner stuff playing too. I don't speedrun. I don't even challenge run, unless you for some reason include level run Souls runs, which I don't, but that's just me. Like, I'm sure other people who do them want to. I'm just not cool enough, so whatever. But anyways, it's been really fun. I don't know. Like, good old Soulsborn Sunday. Bounce around Souls games. I might end up in Ghost of Tsushima again soon, but honestly, I kind of don't want to stop this yet. I want to see what's right behind every new path, and so far, I don't know. Like, I'm trying not to glaze it too hard because I just picked it up. But at the same time, like, it's solid. The combat's fun, you get some nice mix-up. The one boss it gave us wasn't, like, the most mixy-uppy, but that's fine. Oh. Okay, where was I at? And how do I go to there? I want to get there when the other dudes are aggroing, because I'm like pretty sure that I can like lure more into them. Oh, I can run up the wall. And if I can lure more into... Ooh.
の用かしら。せっかく2日間生成したのに台無しじゃない。あんたもろくでもなさそうね。せっかくだから言っておくわ。村は賊に襲われて何もなくなったの。どっから来たのか知らないけど、あいつらは村で悪事の限りを尽くして骨の髄まで腐ってるのよ。あんたが悪人でなくても私は絶対に出ないわ。
Honestly, that would be totally cool. I also have one just sitting around, like, from nonsense weeks ago, or I guess months ago. I have a little bouncing, like, dynamic one, and I have a static one as well. I don't have it on YouTube yet, but it's on the Twitch. I'm pretty sure when I re-OS'd, I kept all the, like, the files for it, so I could just slip it to you. Because, like, not that it's, like, preferred or anything, it's just that I already have it sitting around, and less work for you, so... I don't know. It's fine either way. I trust you. I trust your gut. I am like so lost. That's good. I should be lost. I deserve to be lost. Lost is the best way to find myself. They were here? No. Hello, sir. Still wickedly lost.
Skip portions of the game. I also remember just so many casual players using some of these skips to get their S+ rank trophies. I mean, like, come on. You can't deny some of these are pretty sick. A lot of these skips use clips that are similar in execution.
And honestly, they got at the best point of this. It's like, I'm not like a challenge run person, but I still love cool tech that I've learned from speedrun folks. Like, just in my usual ass normie plays. So it's like, it's so handy. Like, just things to optimize my play. It's so legit. It's so legit, I can't quit. Oh, if I'm gonna whinge about anything in this game, it would be that I'm kind of spoiled on, like, what feels like a cancel. And in this one, for instance, like, you commit to the move, you can't block till it's done cycling. You commit to a long move, good job you. Cool beans, let me regen my thing. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can't roll out of it either. Yeah, you can't roll out of it. So it is nice and committal. And I think that gives, like, Mortal Frame a nice little vibe to it. Oh, it's the demon spawn from my old life. Nice. Are your attacks auto-tracking? You can lock on. Like, you do have a lock on in this. So Ghost of Tsushima doesn't have a lock, this does. That's, like, a nice thing to get used to again. But, like, honestly, this game is very Dark Soulsian. Like, it is honestly Dark Soulsian as it needs to be. I know that's not a phrase, but I'm using it and it's mine now.
So I'll just explain how the clips themselves work and then, you know, show examples. The first clips found in the game were rifle clips. This is done by equipping the bolt action, semi-auto, or full auto rifle, aiming with the Leon's back turned to a door, and spinning the camera around quickly while mashing the interact button. Leon's model will be slightly clipped through the door due to how the rifle aiming works, and spinning the camera while mashing interact will trick the game into thinking Leon is on the other side of the door. This doesn't work on all doors, of course, but this method allows for a few important skips in the run, including the first Gyrodor and the Wrecking Ballroom. The next clip that was found was the autosave clip. This works exactly like rifle clipping, but instead of using an interaction or a door, it utilizes the game's way of saving Leon's position during an autosave. If you load an autosave that has Leon clipping his back into a wall with a rifle, Leon will be slightly clipped out of bounds, which allows you to carefully traverse past certain events, such as the first El Gigante fight and the last mic room. Even though this isn't possible on professional difficulty, other methods were found for some of these skips, most infamously the discovery of interaction clips to skip Mendez. Very similarly to the autosave method, Leon's positioning will be saved when entering and exiting the merchant menu. Luckily, the merchant right before Mendez has a wall right next to him that can be clipped through while crouching. Before I explain the last method, I would like to add an important note that almost all of these clips have been patched. So if you want to perform any of them, you'll have to either downpatch.
I'm gonna do it, and I'm going to regret it. Never mind. I thought the game was gonna get my goat and like absolutely decimate me in a way I deserved. We'll take it. That's fine.
Patch on PC or have a disc copy offline. The last method.
I told you it was very Dark Soulsian. It's so Dark Soulsian. And honestly, just the auto-tracking thing has me thinking more about Ghost of Tsushima, because, like, I've had fun lining up my strong attacks. They're punishing when you mess up. I like that. I like to be punished in my games.
Method is the forward door clip, which is doable on current patch. Most runners lower their frame rate to make some of these clips work, as it's seemingly easier to clip Leon, Ashley, and Ada through these specific doors. I honestly don't know why these work, but by aiming up and dragging the camera back down, Leon and Ada and Ashley's model are slightly clipped into the door. From here, you simply brute force them at an angle until they either pop through or until you can interact with something on the other side. All of these clips trim a significant amount of time off of the run and vary from small skips that save 10 to 20 seconds to large skips like the Ashley skip to bypass most of her playable section. I actually forgot. There's an infinite money glitch. Yeah, so you can do that on current patch. You can duplicate first aid sprays by having a few in storage in one of your inventory, and then like it causes overflow, and then you just duplicate and sell them infinitely. And yeah, this game is fucking broken.
Didn't we just get a thingy to like add burning? Am I dumb? I know I'm dumb. Don't answer that. The answer is always yes. But didn't I just get a... Oh, I want a croissant. Anyways, I'm pretty sure we did. Right? Am I? I'm having a moment. Clearly, I can't read anymore.
Okay, alright. Let's check out Resident Evil Gaiden, the game that most people haven't even played. I bet a bunch of you watching have never even seen what's on the screen right now. But, you know, for those of you who have tried this one out, it was most likely, like, I don't know, the emulated NTSC-U version of the game, which is where you'll find one of the most broken glitches in the spin-off titles. Now, trust me, the spin-off titles, there's various crazy things going on in those games. But this one, I mean, it's an infinite gas launcher. At the end of the game, Barry will be able to pick up the gas launcher, but it only has a handful of shots, and therefore you practically have to save it for the final fights. Unless you simply use the retreat mechanic to trick the game into thinking that you're retreating, but then you actually just shoot the gas launcher a ton. Yeah, it doesn't even waste ammo, it's infinite. You have an infinite gas launcher. I have no idea how this one got through QA. It is kind of refreshing for people who get to the end of Gaiden and have no resources to fight anything, which happens way more than you think, because this game is surprisingly difficult. Now, if you really want to take full advantage of all of the glitches in this game, you can even attempt to skip the final bosses entirely with this wild setup. Triggering this zombie attack, baiting him to the boss, and timing the fight encounter at the right time and distance is very tricky. But if you can pull this off, the game counts the zombie encounter as the boss encounter, which then allows you to trigger the final boss, run away from the arena of it, and then bam, the game is over? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this works, but it's pretty cool. Most people love seeing the end of this game though, because, I mean, like, look at those chapped Leon lips. And look, the Hi-C Ecto Cooler flowing from Leon's neck. It's beautiful. You know, this video could go on for a pretty long time. I could sit here for literal hours explaining how many strange secrets there are in the series, whether the devs intended for us to find them or not. I think I'll cap this video off by reminding everyone here that these games are not defined by their faults, but by the endless possibilities that have players replaying them for years and years. Don't think of these glitches or exploits as a way of cheating a player's experience or outlook. Look at them more as a different way of messing around with a game you've already played a few times. You know, a new perspective, and a bit of cheeky fun. Utilizing these doesn't make you a cheater or not a gamer or anything like that. Play games the way that you want to play them, especially if you've already experienced it normally, like 50 times. I'd be happy to make a part 2 of this and maybe just continue it as a series if a lot of people are interested. So, you know, with that said, if you want to see more crazy secrets and tricks that you may not have known in the series, please leave a like and a comment. maybe you learned something really cool during this video. I like to teach people about the wild things that speedrunners can find, whether, you like them or not. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Go stop all of those evil residents, and have a wonderful day.
Alright, give me a sec. Alright. That was absolutely outstanding content. Hold on, I can't find my mouse. I found it. Moreover, it's still easier to find my mouse than it is to find how to, stream to x.com these days. Anyways, if you want to support the person in their outstanding content, go to their channel, find a video you like, watch the whole damn video yourself, and give it a like if they earn it. Don't just go to the thing I linked for a second and like it and leave. That doesn't help their retention, so... If you dig them as much as I do, go find their stuff and engage with their content. Anyways, hold on. I kind of want to go hide in Ghost of Tsushima for a teeny bit because it's absolutely amazing. But I probably shouldn't right now because, yes. Wait, Daniel Larson condensed into 12 minutes by Mr. A to Z Man? Yo. The challenge run broke only waifu? What the absolute... Oh, fist only? Y'all, fist weapons in Elden are absolutely dominant. If I find fist weapons in this game, we're doing it. That's 43 minutes of our life we'll never get back, but that's fine. Oh, Smash JT, Billy Mitchell, Vendetta hot sauce, bananas. I still haven't had Billy Mitchell hot sauce. I'm still just a Cholula gal. I'm a loser. That's fine. Sorry, Ebola Village is the most bizarre Resident Evil Village clone on Steam. I'll stare at it, maybe. It's a solid maybe I'll stare. Yikes. Just absolutely yikes. Okay, give me 1 second. We're finding the thing. Hold on. Is it gonna be what I think it is? I need to know if this is what I think it is.
Alright, please give me a gun.
No. Okay. Mr. A to Z Y Man. I know, I could just say Atozi like everyone else, but I'm gonna keep saying Mr. A to Z Y Man because I can.
This TikToker destroyed his life threatening the feds for his prank content. I mean, the dude is currently facing 65 years in prison if convicted on all charges. Currently, he spent nearly 2 years stuck in a legal limbo because of all this, and now he's finally been ruled competent to stand trial. After nearly 2 years of delays, evaluations, transfers, non-stop confusion about what was even happening to him, a federal court has now ruled that Daniel Larson is fit for trial. But as I mentioned, up until now, this case has basically been stuck in limbo. Nothing could really move forward while doctors in the court were trying to figure out one question. Is he mentally fit to even face these charges? And now we have an answer, and a federal case is about to play out.
I'm just, dumbfounded at the reasoning Mr. Larson and his representation have used at times. Mostly Mr. Larson himself, honestly. That's the one that gets me. It's like, holy crud, dude. Stop blaming everything on ASD. The most of us are just trying to live our lives and not be a blight to society, brother. The fuck are you?
Court. And if things go badly for him, he can...
we're doing play around with armor once again to see if I actually notice if it's, it does look like just a outright linear scalar on how much it bequeaths to us. So we're just gonna stare and see if it does what I think it does, or if I'm dumb as rocks. The answer is more than likely yes. The answer is always yes. Am I dumb as rocks? Yes. Can I help it? I don't know. Can you? Can you help that I'm dumb as rocks?
We'd be looking at decades in prison. 65 years to be exact. Currently, he's facing 7 federal charges, including threats involving explosives and a threat directed at a federal agent. But Daniel Larson is known for essentially being a TikTok lolcow. He'd go on these random rants, claim that he was running for president, talk about a music career that never really existed, and somehow built a following of hundreds of thousands of people just watching the chaos unfold.
I want to say I'm sorry for the threats. I'm sorry to everyone at the White House for the threats, but I am serious. I don't feel safe and I need protection. I need bodyguards. Nobody was understanding that. Nobody was helping. I wanted you guys to hear.
Daniel!
Why did you try to hit me? No! Why?
He's one of those people that gained a following because people just simply couldn't look away. What started as weird internet content slowly turned into real world incidents. And then those incidents turned into arrests. And then those arrests turned into federal charges. So how
there was a shortcut this whole time. Bananas.
How do you go from pulling a fire alarm inside of an olive?
Also, little unescapable tangent. I kind of, oops, shit, render latency. Anyways, I can't get past it. I absolutely do adore that in this game, the compass is like bound to your equipment wheel. That's absolutely beautiful, and I love it. That's amazing.
Olive Garden to 7 federal charges. Well, Daniel Larson first showed up online around 2020, and right from the start, people had no idea what they were really looking at. His videos were awkward and honestly kind of unsettling. He'd stare into the camera, talk about random things, and then make big claims about his life, and none of it really added up. Very quickly, though, he built a following, and then the internet kind of turned him into this character. People started calling him Mr. President after he randomly announced that he was running for office in 2020.
They love Daniel Larson.
Mr. President, the president, Mr. President, Mr. President, thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your wisdom, Mr. President.
And others played into his belief that he was some kind of rising music star. And there were, entire groups of people pretending to be managers, record labels, or even celebrities, which everyone hyping him up online led to him posting videos like this, preparing for his concerts.
Yeah, I'm that. I'm gonna go thrash that. Shoddy gonna suck this. Shoddy gonna suck this. Don't make me pull up.
Daniel Larson original rap number 7,426. No, not like that's how many he's done. I'm just, instead of like USA number 1, it's just, nah. I'm sure somebody likes it, but honestly, I've been remarkably tired of like any music where people just talk about their intimate activities to the point where I'm just like, holy fuck. If he put anything else in it, I might even be down with it. It's just that he happens to pick the thing that I'm the most annoyed by.
I'd smash that, then pull out.
Dude, what? But he got banned on TikTok in 2021 for flashing the camera on live. But that didn't stop him from meeting up with other internet disasters.
New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York.
I think that might be one of the more cursed meetings of all time. But honestly, what happened with Daniel is what we've seen a lot here on this channel. The more attention he got, the more chaotic his content became. You would have live streams where he'd rant for hours, strange storylines like the fog, and then multiple moments that got him banned multiple times, including one incident where he, went completely off the rails during a live. But while all of this was happening, there was also real concerns about his mental state and real-world situations starting to bleed into his online presence, because he wasn't just posting anymore. No, he was showing up in public places, getting into confrontations, and having repeated run-ins with the police. And by 2023, things were clearly escalating a whole lot, because now he's showing up to random cities, getting flown out by fans, meeting other internet personalities, and almost every single time it ends the same way. Complete chaos. Then a few months later, he's back in Colorado, and now it's turning into actual criminal charges. So in July of 2023, he was arrested after an incident at Walmart where he apparently assaulted an employee. In September, he was arrested again, this time on a college campus for allegedly shoving a staff member.
He pushed one of our guys, struck me, tried to get him off property, then came physically aggressive towards us, shoved one of our supervisors.
Sorry, I'm not aware of a bolo.
My hands on to the ground. That's when those shift wounds and tried to punch me. Then as we're walking him over here, trying to get him over to you guys,
I couldn't copy that.
donkey kicks back.
So, I mean, the guy is just physically attacking people left and right. And then by October, he's in court, getting hit with probation. So, at this point, it's already bad, but then December happens, and that's when things get really bad. Because Daniel goes live from inside of an Olive Garden, and what starts as, another one of his usual confusing rants quickly turns into a full-blown scene. He's convinced something is happening around him.
Okay, most important thing, you can cancel animations with a dodge. You can cancel one animation with a dodge. Nice. You can prime a dodge behind an animation. That's absolutely bananas. It depends on if it works in a motion otherwise, What? Okay, well met is remarkably cool. Oh my gosh. You can actually, like, prime an animation behind another animation. This is absolutely bananas. And kind of perfect. I'm gonna remove all the others. And well met. Okay, we need two things. We need wave, which might work as well met. And we need point down for when I eventually kill our own Spectre. It's important. We play Dark Souls here. We need this. Save, sacrifice, wave. I know it's not, no one's gonna see it. I'm like 2% certain this is a single player. So whatever.
Thinks people are after him, and then out of nowhere, he pulls the fire alarm inside of a packed restaurant.
I am dating another celebrity. They're out in the parking lot. I have an FBI investigator. I work for the Secret Service. They are outside and apparently they're being like straight up harassed by your employees. I'm performing a citizen's arrest. The FBI is outside. I have more than enough photos coming in.
Who are you arresting?
I'm arresting every single person here.
We've been very nice. Like, that's what I'm gonna tell you. You're not filming me, correct?
I am legally required to.
No, you can actually just leave now.
I don't have to leave.
Oh. Yeah, I guess so.
No, sir!
Awesome. So to no one's surprise, he gets arrested again. And then at this point, it's not just like random incidents anymore. It's looking like a pattern, because while all of this public chaos is happening, there's something else going on behind the scenes that most people didn't fully understand at the time. Because throughout 2023, Daniel had allegedly been making a series of threats. And I do mean actual threats, not just trolling. Specifically, according to federal filings, Daniel had threatened to use an explosive device at a courthouse, a university,
I feel bad for hurting the bird.
Campus, and even the White House, along with a separate threat directed at an FBI agent. And I guess none of that really hit the mainstream until 2024. But in early 2024, everything catches up to him all at once. And this time, it's not local police. No, it's the feds. So on April 25th, 2024, a federal indictment is filed in Colorado. And just a few days later, on April 30th, Daniel Larson is taken into custody. And at first, people online didn't really understand what was going on. Something is just another probation issue, another local arrest. But according to court filings, Daniel is charged with 7 federal counts, all tied to threat communications. 6 of those counts fall under laws involving the use of a threatened use of an explosive material, and the 7th involves an interstate threat to injure a federal agent. And because these threats cross state lines and involve federal entities, that's what brings in the federal authorities. And if he was going to be convicted on all of these counts, he could be facing up to 65 years in prison. And that's why, almost immediately after his arrest, the court makes another big decision. Because on May 10th, 2024, the judge issues an order of detention, which basically means he's not going home. He's going to remain in federal custody while this case plays out. And from that point on...
Okay, so that one little thing that I thought I'm fairly certain of now, armor scaling in this game, it is pretty one-to-one. If it says you gain X number of defense, it's not doing some Dark Soulsian complex mathematics to discern what your actual reduction is. It's just you lose that many flat, I think. Because, right, this is like 28. Okay, 11, 5, 28, 9. No, that can't be. It is still derived somehow. Unless... Well, because that's one solid attack. That's why I'm now doubting this. That's like one solid attack that would otherwise drop me down to 1/8 of my health bar at best. As opposed to, like, now I'm only losing 1/8 of my health bar. I don't know. This is weird. I like it. I'm just gonna see what other folks have said about the mechanics. Because the value of armor can't be understated. It's good. It's definitely there. So, I don't know. More or less easy than Dark Souls and Elden. The armor does what it says it does, so if you're a very literal reading mechanics nerd, probably for the win. Oops.
Daniel Larson disappears from the internet. This was literally the last TikTok he posted.
Alrighty, so I just made it into Boulder, Colorado for probation. I am running about 38 minutes late currently.
Okay, but for a while there, the case didn't move forward. And the reason is, it comes down to one question. Is Daniel Larson even mentally fit to stand trial? Well, in May of 2024, not long after his arrest, both sides request a psychological evaluation, and the court agrees. I do also want to point out that when a court is deciding if someone is fit to stand trial, they're not normally asking, does he act normal? It's more kind of like, does he understand the charges and can he assist his own defense? So the fact that Daniel is a lolcow and, you know, is an overall odd guy doesn't mean that he doesn't understand the charges. Over the next year, though, he's transferred between multiple facilities, including federal prisons and medical centers, because this isn't just a jail anymore. It's part detention, part psychiatric evaluation. At one point, he's in Colorado, then he gets moved, and then moved again. But eventually, he ends up in a federal medical center in Springfield, Missouri, where these evaluations are actually carried out. And the results are not good for moving the case forward. Multiple evaluations reportedly find that he's not competent to stand trial, which means instead of going to court, he's sent to what's called competency restoration. Basically, the system tries to get him to a point where he can't stand trial. And this is why the case drags on for so long, because at one point in 2025, there's finally a hearing to figure out what's next. And even then,
I was wondering if mid-attack, if I would cause them to, like, you know... I was wondering if I got invulnerability while I was doing that attack from the grab. Like, clearly not, but that was wicked fun to mess with.
the judge orders yet another evaluation. So from the outside, people are watching this thinking, is he in jail? Is he in the hospital? Did he get released? What's going on here? And the answer is kind of all of above, depending on when you look, because he's in federal custody the entire time, but bouncing between detention and medical evaluation. But then in 2026, something finally changes. In March, after all the delays, all the evaluations, and all of the back and forth, the court finally gets an answer. Daniel Larson is found competent to stand trial. And just like that, everything that's been stuck for nearly 2 years starts moving again. Because now, for the first time since his arrest, this case can actually go forward. And all the charges didn't go anywhere. He's still facing 7 federal counts tied to alleged threat communications, including threats involving explosives and a federal agent. So from here, a few things can happen. He could take a plea deal, fight the charges at trial, or go through the full court process, which could take months. But one way or another, this is no longer a stalled case. This is an active federal prosecution that is about to play out in real time. First, both sides have to file their...
I wonder if Little Sippy's still calling him.
Pretrial motions by March 20th. And that's where the defense and the prosecutors argue about what evidence comes in, what gets excluded, and any legal issues before the trial even begins. Then responses to those motions are due by April 3rd. And if there's anything major that needs to be argued in person, like evidence disputes, they can request a hearing right after that. But here is, I guess, the big moment, because on April 9th, 2026, there's a trial preparation conference. And this date's really important because it can also turn into a change of plea hearing, meaning this is one of the last chances for this case to not go to trial. So essentially, if a plea deal is going to happen, this is likely where it's going to happen. But if it doesn't, then we already know what's next, because the court has officially scheduled a 5-day jury trial starting on April 20th. And there, he's going to have to fight all 7 counts. The first one was allegedly threatening to use an explosive on a courthouse in Colorado. The second one was the same, but a nonprofit center in Lakewood, Colorado. And the third one was for the White House. And then the fourth one was a state government building in Colorado. And then the 5th one was a college campus in Colorado. And then the 6th count is for threatening the FBI agent. And then
I'm not used to not being able to move when I try to imbibin a health potion. I think the wildly funny part about that is you only get stalled when you try to drink an empty potion. Else it's a lot more quick.
The 7th count is threatening to destroy the FBI headquarters with an explosive device yet again. So 6 of these are for threatening explosive devices, and one of them is for threatening an FBI agent. Obviously, from seeing his content, I don't think he's playing with a full deck of cards, but he was found fit for trial. So jury selection happens in the same morning, and from there on out, that's when it starts. And of course, I'll be keeping an eye on this moving forward, But the gist of this is, after years of being in limbo, we'll know by next month if this is actually going to go to trial or not. But if this does go to trial and this video gets like 40,000 likes, I'll fly out and go cover it for you guys. But other than that, if you guys are new here, feel free to subscribe to stay tuned for that. And I'll see you guys in the next video, which will be like drop tomorrow or something like that. Peace.
Pill time? Do well. I believe in you. Make us proud, Goober. Do your staying alive stuff. Mouse. Work. Love me, mouse. Function. Alright, I'll be offline soon, but I'm dragging you with me through some, like, nonsense. If this is actually what it says it is, if Nux isn't bullshitting and Mr. Piker actually got arrested in Cuba, I'm gonna skip through this really fast. I'm too curious.
Now, speak
I need to
American
timestamp
Cubans.
this, like, right the fuck now, and probably check the comments to see if this is actually what happens in the description, or if he's, like, bullshitting and someone else got to this way earlier. What's my timestamp? 041500? Dope. Is he lying? Is he lying? Is he lying? Oh, come on. Please.
Yeah, I can't. Most leftist. Is now our bitch.
From American media, as far as like
About them. They were more than happy to use
The social to risk. Appreciate it, but my wish is that the
You need to start obliterating these fuckers. You know, rhetorically.
Come on.
Now, speaking of terrorists, Hassan Piker is planning a trip to Cuba to rescue the Cubans or something. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with what's going on in Cuba,
Rude. Okay. I'm accepting that I've just gotten clickbaited. That's okay. I have been more angry at other stuff. That's fine. Michelle Manna, come save us. Alright, hold on. Really quick timestamping. 041700? Dope.
or their
Well, what? Oh no. I'm gonna skip the what is DID part because I whinge about this too much. Because I'm like genuinely intrigued by the whole by the whole group of folks that fit into fictitious disorder. I'm like way too curious.
at 2 a.m. when, bam, what's this? Here are some signs that you might have this extremely niche mental disorder. You have not once in your life thought about this disorder before, but then you start hearing the symptoms. Zoning out or daydreaming? Okay. Yeah. Sometimes feeling like a different person when in different situations. Sure. Occasionally forgetting why you walked into a room. Oh my god. I have DID. Well, you would not be the only one.
I always forget why I walk into rooms. I usually end up getting something that I didn't intend, but that's just called I forgot to take my fucking Adderall that day. And it's quite well within the expected. And again, like, I'm really frustrated when people self-diagnose themselves. Like, yeah, take a stipulation to a doctor, that's fine and reasonable. But the moment you start coming at it like you're the conclusion master is like when I start getting whingy. Like, remarkably whingy. Very, very, very whingy.
again. Meet the Frost System, a creator who at one point genuinely believed they had dissociative identity disorder. And not just that, because they became one of the biggest voices in the DID community. And then there's a plot twist, right? They don't have DID at all.
I just feel so much not like myself all the time. I think what happened was I was able to ground myself in feeling like another person.
Oh, he strongly dislikes self-diagnosed people and acts like it's a badge or an excuse? Valid. I also act like it's an excusey badge. Because, honestly, like, it underserves them so fucking much. Like, I guess the one that pisses me off the most is, like, a lot of them try to make diagnoses on themselves where even just people self-diagnosing themselves with ASD, or the DID folks, for instance, right? Like, they're covering up symptomology that is so in line with also having a tumor, or BPD, that it's absolutely fucking egregious. Like, there is no reason that they can call it safe, reasonable, or fine to do that. And I will always, always, always be pissy. Because it's, like, dangerous and nonsense, and it's not even O fucking K. Oh, I can teleport? Ooh-wee. I can teleport around. Nice. But yeah, no, it's like they're also dangerously underserving themselves. Like, the amount of severe and critical care that they might omit themselves from because they're presumptuous is bananas. Absolutely bananas.
And in being another person, when in actuality, I'm just one person.
Oh, you're quirky, so you self-diagnosed with ASD? I mean, you're quirky, so I'm gonna fucking not self-diagnose you with being a quirky little fucking goblin. You can have that. I'll call you a quirky goblin. Is that good? I'm gonna call you a quirky goblin. I think that's better. You know, less of an onus on unmitigated fucking, or sorry, non-existent fucking neuronal pruning and too many synapse connections, and more focus on you just being a goober. Or I'll just put my stop gooning hat on and call you a gooner.
And I'm just one person.
Ooh, quirky chungus? Also that too. That one's pretty based. Yeah, while we're doing the whole, like, while we're pretending to self-diagnose ourselves, I'm gonna self-diagnose myself as a gamer. Is that okay? Can I diagnose myself as a gamer? I think I'm gonna do that. I'm like a relentless gamer. I like gaming. It's very fun, very cozy, very comfortable.
I'm very confused about who I am.
That's, you know, well, awkward. Hundreds of thousands of people followed them. They had a documentary made. In the interview, they describe what it's like living with DID.
Our body is 27 years old. Our ages range from 6 to 30 years old. We feel like we're multiple ages, multiple genders. In our heads, we look a completely different way, and then we look like this.
Right. So about that,
I absolutely love Michelle Mana's intro. Remember when I thought this was a new intro because I'm dumb as rocks, and it turns out she's had it for like over a year, and I found that out live after calling it new? I'm dumb as rocks.
before we get into it, make sure to demolish the subscribe button. Not for me, right? It's because I don't want to be smited by the algorithm gods again. They demand engagement. Back in 2023, we saw a massive wave of people talking about DID online.
DID is such a wild thing disorder. It's really just like, yeah, I went through some really harrowing childhood abuse, and I guess now I'm Hatsune Miku about it.
And right in the middle of it, we've got the Frost system. Let's quickly run down what DID is, because the way it's shown online isn't always like the full picture. Dissociative identity disorder is a complex trauma-related condition in which an individual has two or more distinct identity states, often formed as a response to severe childhood trauma. These identity states or alters might have different memories, behaviors, ways of interacting with the world. But check this one out. It is not just about switching personalities. It's about dissociation, PTSD, flashbacks, memory gaps. This was created to help a person survive trauma, right? Which is a little complicated because then we see what's going on TikTok sometimes.
What?
A little complicated because then we see what's going on TikTok sometimes.
What she meant to say is, then we are traumatized by what goes on TikTok sometimes. If anything, they're trying to treat it a lot like the fucking Umbrella Corp virus. Like, they're just trying to spread it through traumatizing others. Holy cannoli. What is happening on my screen right now? I think someone's done too many drugs. Y'all? My dear lovely chat. Ow, punching my desk didn't fix my camera this time. I'll give it like 2 minutes at most. I think this person's done too many illicit substances, and I'm not sure if that's true or not. But I'm going to self-diagnose them with getting too high before they upload it to YouTube and or TikTok and or Twitch or whatever the fuck they use.
What is my face right now? Oh my god. Oh man.
Some parts of the DID community make it look like a dramatic, aesthetic transformation rather than a serious mental health condition. Unlike some people who were casually hopping on this bandwagon for clout, the Frost system genuinely believed they had DID. Why? Severe identity confusion, dissociation, a history of trauma. That sounds serious, right? It was. But this wasn't just your typical, I think I have something moment. No, this was full scale, going all out when in a specific identity state. And I don't mean like your typical vibe shift. I am talking full costume changes, wigs, makeup, a complete transformation montage.
Yeah, we just have a lot of distress, I guess, about what we look like. Why do we subject ourselves to this, you know?
This was an artistic representation of what they felt internally, which ended up resonating with thousands of people. But is this an accurate representation of DID, or is this what TikTok expected DID to look like? That is where things get complicated. $1 million question to anyone who answers this correct me, don't sue me if you actually get it right. Is this dissociation?
There's $1 million on the line. Even if it is dissociation, it doesn't have to be DID. I think that's the thing that needs to not be forgotten. But whatever, who am I? Just some goofball on the internet that's aware that people disassociate for a myriad of reasons. Very few of those reasons have to incorporate a longer, more considered fucking ordeal like DID, in which they'd also be experiencing symptoms like amnesia and have a history that might contribute to it. I'm just some dumb bitch online. I don't know anything.
Or is this a way to explore our self-identity? From this moment forward, the story starts to escalate in a way that nobody expected. One of the things that made the Frost system stand out is how they portrayed their switches. They didn't just talk about their alters, they would become them. We got full makeup changes, new outfits, and it worked. Millions of views, thousands of comments validating their experience. A fan base that saw them as a real DID system. But here's a problem. This might not be relatable to everyone with DID because, you know, for some people, looking into a mirror can be distressing, let alone changing your entire appearance.
I feel comfortable looking different ways at different times based off of how I'm feeling at the time. That doesn't mean that I have...
No, they have time to predict and prepare for their alternate identities? How fucking convenient. I know, right? I can barely deal with predicting and preparing for tomorrow. And yet I still have to. Which, you know, I'm just gonna be whiny here. Merde. Rude. I don't want to have to. Yet I will. I persevere. And I press continue.
DID. I genuinely thought that I had DID. I had therapists confirm to me that I had DID.
Well, the thing is, if you poison the information by telling them, like, if you do enough research, you can poison the information they get. Like, this is the kind of thing that they ought to be asking you. Like, have you been looking into it a lot, and what have you done? Because, like, you can convince yourself of a lot, and if you provide them with that information, it may be relevant in their assessment. Also, like, again, I have faith in folks to do the best they can with what they know, but I also know if looking at the other person earlier who was trying to solve everyone else's shit with their own experience is any indicator. We do also have some folks that go around trying to project their experiences onto other folks to such an extent that it's fucking detrimental. Anyways, people are complex and a lot of work. And this is why I say I don't like people.
I was not trying to fool or trick anyone. I am just a person who's struggling with mental health. I was not trying to hurt anyone.
So back when they believed that they had DID, now I'm not a therapist, but they did encourage their alters to front. Okay, with DID, switching alters isn't always just like flipping a light switch and like seamless, beautiful. But sometimes on TikTok, we're in a similar realm. Switching is a complex psychological process when an alter feels safe enough or they are triggered forward by something specific. No hate, DID is different for everyone, right? Sometimes on TikTok it looks a little like this.
Of course. The princess has been with us all along.
Frost experience is a learning experience, right? I mean, for Frost, these experiences seemed real. But, you know, for a lot of DID systems, switching won't always be this noticeable. If it's something you can stitch together with a few little edits and like, you know, a trending sound on TikTok, is that the right thing to do? Maybe comparing isn't good, but I'm here like, what if someone with PTSD came forward and they were like, this is how my flashbacks work, and put like trendy sounds with it? Some people with DID experience switches like co-consciousness or transitions. The gradual switch, quote unquote, it feels like zoning out while someone else's thoughts start to blend with yours.
I'm so sorry. I have the worst fucking least helpful mental image. Just me being like, this is how my ADHD goes. And then just like my house burning in the background, caught ablaze and a flood at the same time.
It feels like you're typing.
Yeah, that sounds like not very helpful for anyone. And I don't want to have to burn my house as a prop.
And somebody else grabs the keyboard. 2, the complete takeover. The sudden switch. You know when you unplug your computer and it just completely, like it's gone. 1 second you're present, the next second you're not. It can feel like getting pulled into the background while another alternative state takes control. Also, there are physical symptoms that come with switching that are not talked about quite as much as like this glamorization. Headaches, dizziness, blood pressure changes. Also, what's this people with DID have? Memory issues, dissociative amnesia. So I have a friend who lives with DID. And I was up editing at 1:59 p.m. because, you know, all-nighters, whatever. All of a sudden, I look down and it's 3 a.m. And I'm like, no, it was 1:59 a minute ago. It was the time change, you know. I didn't realize that at first, so I was thinking like, what happened to me for the past hour? Was I like blacking out? Was I dissociating? Did I just pass out for an hour? And I texted her and I was like, is this what it's like living with DID? And she was like, actually, yes, but no, because you're so used to these like blackouts that they become normal to you. So that just got me thinking. A lot of people don't really understand what DID looks like. I also wanted to touch on like the Frost system. They didn't just switch. They put colored contacts in, wigs, like, okay. For some people, okay, with DID, it doesn't really come with a whole wardrobe shift when you're switching. Subtle adjustments are most common. For a lot of people with DID, switches happen in small, automatic ways. Things like posture, facial expressions, even your tone of voice can subtly shift. Conscious styling choices, moderate. Some people do switch things up when they've switched. They might switch their clothes.
That sentence is cursed. Respectable, but cursed. Some people switch things up when they switch. Thank you, Michelle.
Their hair, their makeup, to feel more aligned with the altar who's fronting. But it's not always just an instant, oh my gosh, like I switched and I don't want to wear makeup and I need to take it off immediately. It might be like that for you, valid. But it might just be more like what feels best to adjust in the moment. More drastic changes are less common. A smaller group of overt systems might prefer to change their style completely. They might switch their entire look going all out, similarly to the winter system, although that is less common. No change at all, also common. Respect to overt DID because it does exist and it is so valid, but the majority of cases of DID are covert. Why aren't they being interviewed ever? My point in this rundown. Okay, switching. Not a TikTok trend. It's not always a drastic outfit change, but if you saw it on TikTok, you might not know that. Another thing I wanted to touch on. The Frost system encouraged switches. They used specific triggers like objects, music, preemptive measures in order to get, in this case, a little altar to front. Which raises the question, how accurate is that? Especially early on in healing, forcing switches, I'm not a therapist, right? It's not always something you can or would want to do on demand. It happens when an altar is needed or is triggered forward naturally. Encouraging a child altar to front because you want them to see what you've made for them. Maybe not the best decision early on in the healing process.
Today, I'm just gonna be trying to get Damon to front because he hasn't fronted in a really long time. When I say front, I mean like I want him to come and be in control of the body. And I want him to see this little space that Mason made for him in the closet. When I say that Damon wants to look like himself, you know, I don't actually look like Damon right now because Damon is a 6-year-old boy. We just try to look the most like ourselves we can in the inner world, if that makes sense. Listen, it's still Sage, but Damon is here too, and he's not fronting, but he's like very present. And he said that this space is really cool and he loves it. So yeah, he's not gonna front though, I don't think. I don't know why he doesn't want to, but...
Also, our little analysis framework maybe could also be applied to this. Now, am I trying to encourage that? No. Would it be intriguing for me? Yes. Would it be a fun thing I do off stream just to sate my curiosity of how, like, even just the ethical framework behind it. Like, would it really be fun for me, personally, to stare at how I process these folks forcing a switch for TikTok? Oh, definitely.
Maybe he's...
Would I encourage it? No.
Nervous. But yeah, thanks for watching.
It can disrupt natural system functioning, create trust issues, and even reinforcing trauma responses instead of promoting healing. Ideally, this would be guided by a mental health professional who actually understands DID, not like a last-minute idea for, I don't know, TikTok or this interview. Not every altar is going to be so eager to step into the spotlight. Some are protectors, some hold trauma, some are not ready to step into the spotlight or they don't want to. But forcing an altar to front, even with the best intentions, can we compare this to throwing someone on stage in the middle of a play that they don't know what's going on, they didn't sign up for it, except, you know what, worse? Get this. Child altars were created because of trauma. Let's be crystal clear. Okay, Diamonds. Frost genuinely believed they had DID. And TikTok is kinda known, right, for simplifying things into a 60-second video. That is complicated because Who actually diagnosed them? Because Frost System claimed a therapist confirmed their DID.
I don't think that I have DID.
Wait, what? Okay, hold on. I want to know if a therapist said they should be assessed or if a therapist, because, here's the thing, right? Memory serves when folks are formally diagnosed, so there's always a recommendation that might come. But, random broad with ADHD and ASD here. I had to go through evaluation after evaluation. That's not a quick process. Someone suspects it, they refer you to someone else. That person, with more qualification can look into it more, but then they still send you to another doctor to do a formal evaluation. That evaluation is then submitted to another doctor for review, and then that is submitted to the state. I believe the difference for DID folks is they have to go get fucking CAT scans.
DID.
Which are expensive.
I made a mistake. I genuinely thought that I had DID. A therapist confirmed it with me. I just feel so much not like myself all the time. I think what happened was I was able to ground myself in feeling like another person and in being another person, when in actuality, I'm just one person, and I'm just one person who's very confused about who I am.
They never stated their therapist qualifications. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that they were a psychiatrist or a clinical psychologist, rather than just a general therapist who is not qualified to make that call. And DID is not always a quick diagnosis. Sometimes it can take months, sometimes it can take years of structured assessments. Something isn't quite adding up for me. Maybe they got an unusually quick diagnosis or there was some sort of misunderstanding. It turns out they were doing IFS therapy, which is a type of therapy to help a person understand the different parts of themselves. All of us have an internal family system. Although IFS and DID, let's just picture North Pole versus South Pole. Completely different.
I started doing IFS, and when I started doing IFS, my parts, some of them came with names. I didn't really know what that meant. I don't feel like a person, I don't feel like myself, and I have a lot of depersonalization.
Your internal family system is about recognizing different sides of yourself, processing inner conflicts, healing past trauma responses. DID, on the other hand, is actually a dissociative disorder that is caused by severe childhood trauma. What's the difference? In DID, these parts are actually separated, whereas in IFS, they're all you. For the Frost system, the difference between actual dissociative alters and internal parts, yeah, the lines were a little blurred.
Almost was easier for me to separate myself from parts of myself that I didn't like and put them inside of a whole other person, so that I wouldn't have to feel like I was that. I hope that makes sense.
But they also did EMDR therapy, which is used commonly to treat PTSD. And while doing it, they started imagining names connected to these experiences and parts.
During an EMDR session, I felt like I discovered more of my parts. And then later, when I learned about...
I'm noticing the bright flash. I've been just failing at it for the last 3 runs or so. I've noticed it quite clearly since. And I've been at first I was moving too early and just not even spotting it, but that's fine. They're telegraphing pretty consistently, I'm just fucking it up.
Systems, and I learned about DID. I felt like it fit my experience. I am a survivor of childhood abuse. I dissociate a lot. I don't know who I am a lot.
And there was a documentary made where they claimed to be diagnosed with DID. Now, to be clear, no hate to Brute. They were interviewing someone who at the time was professionally diagnosed with DID, and their perspective is important.
Looking in the mirror and seeing the body. We don't see ourselves at all, but then looking in the mirror and having blue eyes, me, Mason, I'm like, oh, I see myself a little bit.
It was meant to be educational. It also did spread a little pixie dust of misinformation. And we're focusing on someone who is diagnosed with overtly presenting DID. But if we're being so real right now, covert DID is much more common, although it's not as visually appealing for the camera. Watching someone dissociate and struggle with memory gaps, it doesn't make for quite a dramatic documentary, it might be very educational if that's our goal. But in reality, a lot of people with DID don't have these dramatic personality and outfit shifts. To me, the documentary focused more on what is visually interesting, even if that means highlighting some of the most dramatic parts of DID. Now, is it their fault? No. I mean, they wanted to interview someone with DID, they found the winter system with a lot of followers, and we're good to go.
Just gonna be showing you some of these really cool Sims that Mason made earlier. My favorite is obviously mine. Then there's Cole. This is Jet. He's such a cutie. I was super happy when I saw that Mason made Jeremiah like this. Then there's Liam. I loved how Damon decided to dress himself. That's so cute. Bethany looks like a queen, honestly. She looks so good. Are you kidding? And then
I mean, a lot of people disassociate a lot of the time. It's not just even antisocial people. Not saying everyone will disassociate throughout their life, but it's a much more common experience in a lot of folks, especially in that community online, try to give credence to.
Finally, Mason. Jesus Christ, Mason. Okay, whatever. It's formerly known as multiple personality disorder, but that diagnosis is no longer given out.
While the documentary was educational, to me, it gave this made-for-TV touch. Like making Sims characters to represent what each alter looks like instead of focusing on, I don't know, dissociative experiences. The more people who saw these videos, the more the Frost system became one of the biggest faces of the disorder. At this point, they were blowing up, making content that primarily focused on DID. TikTok monetization, cash apps, and donations. But they believe
TikTok monetization.
they had DID, right? So there's nothing wrong with that until they realized they didn't, and that is when everything changed.
The reason that I'm making this video is because I feel like I have a responsibility to you guys. Just because I wasn't intentionally being misleading. My face now, for millions of people, is the first time that they've ever heard of dissociative identity disorder. And I don't have dissociative identity disorder. Now, a lot of people have an idea of what DID is like that's informed by my experience.
At this point, there's thousands of people whose first introduction to DID was through TikTok, and one of the main sources, the Frost system, which is a lot of responsibility for one person, especially when they realized I didn't have DID. And the main issue with this trend online, the audience. Many of these DID TikTok creators have a young audience. A lot of these followers might be under 18, and they internalize these things they see online as fact.
It is not dissociative identity disorder. This was something that I was worried about the whole time that I was posting. Not because I thought that I didn't have DID, but because I knew that people have no media literacy. People have no idea how to watch a video and then think critically about it instead of just taking that video and they absorb information that they got from that video, take that into their worldview. That makes no sense. I don't know how people do that. When you watch media, you need to analyze it critically.
Because when misinformed mental health content goes viral, we have an entire generation of people who believe they have said condition based off of a 60-second video. People are like, oh my gosh, like I have all of the symptoms that this person with DID is saying. I think I have DID. Or maybe we just need more sleep at night, Emily. Thank you for coming in. Why don't you tell me a little bit about why you're seeking therapy today? I've been following a lot of these creators with dissociative identity disorder online, and I actually think I might have it. Dissociative identity disorder. Why don't you tell me a bit about your symptoms? I zone out a lot, I daydream, and sometimes, like when I'm with my friends at school, I'll feel like a different person than I am at home with my family. TikTok? You said TikTok? This isn't just about the Frost system. This is about how the internet treats mental health like a damn BuzzFeed quiz. The moment the Frost system admitted, hey, I don't have DID, the internet collectively lost their mind. Some people were furious. The other half respected them for their honesty.
I had these parts that that already had names. It felt like, to me, started to come out. I think that wasn't what was going on. I am Sage and Mason and Cole and Drew, and Salem, and Liam, and everyone. I am all of them.
I can't even imagine how distressing this was for Frost System, because not only like set aside all the internet stuff, what is going on in my brain? Imagine like thinking you're doing a cross-country, trip across the United States of the USA, only to realize your Google Maps took you all the way to northern Canada instead. If I do say so myself, that is a lot to process.
Just didn't understand that I was just one person. I have such a hard time looking in the mirror. I hate looking at myself. I hate what I look like. That's because of EDSA. My desire to look different. I confused that with having alters. And I think that I am just one person. I'm a multifaceted person. I have a lot of different sides to me, a lot of different parts of me. All the different parts of me, they make up me. For example, I like cat ears. I also think that cat ears are incredibly cringy. I don't think that those two thoughts are coming from two people. I did before. I thought that Sage thought cat ears were cringy and that Mason liked them. That's what I thought. But no, I just think that cat ears are both cool and cringy at the same time.
I don't want to single out the Frost Systems experience because this is part of a much bigger puzzle. TikTok's algorithm doesn't promote just mental health awareness. It amplifies the most dramatic, eye-catching versions of it, which aren't always accurate.
Hi, I'm here with your favorite systems. This is Lethos System, Alexina System, and Unholy System. We're drinking today, so we're gonna record every time one of us switches. Woo!
First switch is
Which number one of the day?
First one, he's special. Ronan.
It's Ronan. It's the Ronan special.
Okay, well, one just happened.
We've got another switch as well.
All right. It's we have the other one. The other boyfriend.
We collected it.
It's and also this is Ronan. We went over that. Victor. Yeah. It's Nala.
Hey, come here. Funny, mama. These little kids, text from my ex. They all think I'm the best. They'll whisk this, put your last one ahead.
Self-diagnosis, encouraged, disorders, romanticized, misinformation, spreading faster than gossip at a family reunion. This is called the suggestibility effect. AKA, when you watch enough TikToks about a disorder, you're gonna be like, hold on, do I have that? Another symptom I have when switching is I will yawn a lot. I yawned twice today.
Another symptom I have while being a Homo sapien dumbass woman is sometimes I breathe oxygen. You might be a Homo sapien dumbass if you breathe in a mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, argon, and a few other constituent materials in atmospheric air. This I learned by watching the internet. I've just informed you. And that means you can go to your doctor and self-diagnose yourself if you consume a mixture of atmospheric gases that you might be a dumbass Homo sapien. My dear chat, as much as we don't like self-diagnoses, I just had to bite it. It was too alluring to not. So, if you breathe atmospheric gases, and your byproduct is being a dumb bitch, you might be a Homo sapien.
Is that
You're
a
welcome.
symptom?
When one person, who, whether or not they have DAD or not, posts about DAD, don't assume the DAD is like that for everyone. That's on you guys, though. I made the video, right? But it is on you guys to have the media literacy to know that that is not what DAD is like for everyone. It's also on me. I felt like I could take parts of other identities and take them for my own in a way that I wouldn't have to be myself. At the end of the day, I do have to be myself.
Let's go ahead and talk about media literacy because apparently it's your responsibility, not mine. If I spread misinformation, that's on you. When you present yourself as experiencing something, people are probably gonna believe you. In today's landscape of society, that's kind of like lighting a fire and then walking away and looking back. Why is there a fire behind me? And DID is already wildly misunderstood. Parts of the internet love self-diagnosis. But there's a difference between self-discovery and slapping a label on yourself. I do think that instead of pointing fingers at the audience, we could have said something like, I see how my content could have contributed to misunderstandings, and I take responsibility for that. I regret spreading misinformation, and I want to clarify that DID looks different for everyone. I hope this can be a learning experience, not just for me, but for everyone watching. Would that have fixed everything? No. But at least it wouldn't have been a well, that's your problem kind of situation. Because when you're saying something, in general, in life, what you say matters, how you say it sometimes matters more. At the end of the day, the Frost system was just someone who got caught up in something much bigger. The real problem for me is how the internet sometimes treats mental health like a trend. Say it with me, DID is not some fun.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely fucking bananas how much people romanticize it. But then again, like, there is a crisis. The crisis just isn't the proliferance of DID. And also, it has gotten me remarkably interested in fictitious disorder folks. It's a current body of study on folks that, you know, given the current tools of today, make fictitious statements about disorders that they might or may not possess. And I've become remarkably intrigued by it. So I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know what there is to it in its depth yet. It's still quite emergent, but it's honestly really intriguing. So I don't know. Like, I'm imagining, if we're going to be speculative, I'm imagining it's going to be ripe for a lot of bifurcation, where we see, like, you know, the baseline possibly going in, like, where we see, like, distribution between other, like, understood conditions. But then again, that's just me stipulating. I don't actually know. I just suppose it'll be distributed amidst a litany of other already understood conditions. I don't know. We'll see. Oopsies! Double oopsies. Gonna get wrecked in a video game, my dudes. Put that hand away. No one likes seeing that. How was I not far enough to survive that? Bananas. Oops.
Fun personality swap. It's not an excuse to change your hair and change your makeup. DID is a serious disorder that is caused by trauma, not something we can pick up like a fun new hobby. What do you think in the audience? Was this an honest mistake, or was this completely preventable? I think that this was an honest mistake, and the fact that they came forward and admitted to this is so commendable. A lot of people will just disappear offline. If you have made it this far, something is telling me that you enjoy some deep dive chaos videos. So go ahead and hit subscribe and like and turn on notifications so YouTube actually shows you my next video. So with that, don't fake DID, have media literacy, and peace out.
Alright, if y'all want to support Michelle Mana on her wonderful crusade through content, here's a link to her channel. If you want to like a video of hers, go find and watch one the whole way through. Give it a whirl. She makes cool stuff. She seems quite nice. And she seems like a learned and intriguable gal. Like, if you give her something intriguing, she might jump down it. So that's pretty dope. I respect that. My dears, I'm going to get off stream and make a melt. I'm going to make a 1/4 pound vegan patty, toss it between 2 slices of Hawaiian bread, and call myself the luckiest gal ever fucking to exist. I appreciate you all immensely. Thank you so very much for letting me be your shithead, lame-ass, trash-ass, garbage-ass streamer. I've had a lovely time, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm gonna be on, you know, same game I was prior. I'm gonna be playing, I still have PvE stuff in Ghost of Tsushima. And I need to, like, I don't need to, but I kind of want to do it before it gets, like, to tomorrow. So, you know, I'll be doing some PvE in that. I might bring this one back to us as a strem, but I want to be able to come back with some W's in GOTS, which is how I'm abbreviating Ghost of Tsushima. Some GOT. Gonna play some GOT. Gonna get GOT playing some GOT. Thank you all so much. Please have a lovely one. Enjoy your days. Have a lovely night. And don't forget, we do actually have a link tree. So we are the only Twitch streamer to have a link tree that has never had an OnlyFans on it, which basically makes me a diamond in the rough, and you should give me head pats if you want the link tree and you don't have the link tree. Here you go. I do, on the other hand, have a GitHub, which is basically prostituting out my brain. And we can look at that for what it is later. I'm really happy to be able to say that a substrate neutral analysis framework being like publishable, I'm one step closer to a really, really cute fucking white paper, and I'm super excited about it. So this is, you know, body of work assisting the thing. And June was super, super kind and added the MIT license for me because I always forget the important shit. So big shout outs. Love the world that we get to share. Wish you all a lovely one. Please take care and have an outstanding one. Y'all are amazing. Peace. Bye. Also, next time we stream, if I can also multi-stream to X, we'll have it set up again. But currently I need to, like, I guess, see if it is indeed limited to premium people. If not, get it set up. If so, oh well. Oh no. All right. Peace, my dudes. Take care. Appreciate you immensely. Bye. Don't do bad stuff. Do good stuff. Don't self-diagnose yourself or others.